Hello and welcome to the Active Directory compilation for the OSCP. We will go over a lot of Active Directory exploitation techniques. We will start with some more theoretical understanding, and then we'll move over to a lot of actual practical attacks. Really hope you enjoy. A lot of these things will be transferable over to other certifications like the CPTS and COTO. Just teaches core Active Directory exploitation techniques. And yeah, really hope you enjoy the video and that you learn a lot. We also have a 20-hour compute course as well, but more on that later. Please enjoy the video for now, and really hope you learned something. In this video, I will pretty much be explaining some general methodology when it comes to the OSCP exam and how to prepare for the Active Directory part specifically. I'll just try to make it as simple and clean as possible, so that you guys don't get confused by AD. There's just been a lot of people that I've known that's failed due to the AD, and yeah, for me it's just never really been an issue, and the people that I have taught this to so far seems to react quite well to it, and it seems to be working well for people. So I'm basically just making a video for you guys. Active Directory on the exam now, you pretty much start with credentials, right? It's in a SU-rich scenario where imagine someone getting phished, let's say it's an attachment type of phishing, you get a shell, and then boom, that's the scenario you're starting, right? So you start with credentials. Now, since you start with credentials, you don't have to do stuff like looking for perhaps anonymous login with something like RPC to check for usernames that you could possibly use in chains like ASP roasting, etc. You already have credentials, so you can easily dump all of the users' usernames. But you should definitely still test for stuff like ASP roasting, right? Like you would want to collect all of the usernames that you can find, and then pretty much just test for ASP roasting. It'd be easy to do that with Instackit. Now, I have heard of people that has failed the OSCP because of Instackit dependency issues. So just make sure that everything is working right. Have this map shot. I've even heard of people having 2 VMs ready, like one in a clean state and then one. You could set it up how you want, right? But just basically be prepared for bad things to happen to some extent. You should definitely know how to do stuff like ASP roasting, Kerber roasting. You should know how to do stuff like desysting. You should know how to do stuff like Windows privilege escalation when it comes to the Active Directory chain. You should know how to do stuff like hash dumping and finding credentials with Mimikatz, Lasagna, etc. And then doing stuff with pass the hash to essentially have the basic form of lateral movement. If you're going into the exam and you don't know all of those things, then you shouldn't go into exam, and you should absolutely know these things. I would also advise knowing how to use Bloodhound well as well, so that you could look for potential chains when it comes to Bloodhound patch that it gives you. And those are the basics that you should definitely know how to do when it comes to the Active Directory part. I would recommend knowing how to do pivoting too, and just make sure that you get a lot of volume training in with Active Directory and Active Directory networks. And again, inside of our community, we have pretty much a cheat sheet of everything that I know about Active Directory and all of the boxes that helped me absolutely crush the exam. So I definitely recommend you guys check it out. You can try it out completely for free in the description and comment down below. For the Active Directory parts, that is pretty much it. If you know how to do those things now, if you started off without credentials, there was stuff like you can use red brute with a guest account or normal login. You could again try lookup FID for essentially brute forcing FIDs using over the RPC protocol, right, instead of the SMB. That way you could find a lot of usernames and then chain it with ASP roasting. You should 100% check, obviously, Kerber roasting when you should always do that when you find some credentials in the Active Directory environment. So that should be one of the first things that I would recommend you guys trying. And obviously just see what type of permissions your current user have. Are they in the local admin groups, right? Are they in some type of weird group? Do they have some type of weird privileges, like as impersonate them? Then you could obviously do stuff like Prince Spoofer or a God Potato, to get it easy previously and stuff like that. So with all of that advice in mind, I will show you a video demonstration of me covering a machine where a lot of these concepts will sink in so that it will be easier for you to digest. So I really hope you guys learned something new and that this is very valuable, and please enjoy. So guys, welcome to the Active Directory part. I will be teaching you my methodology once again. So this is one of the machines that I am recommending in the WOD. It's an amazing machine. It has been at least 1 year since I've done this machine, so I don't really remember anything. But I will just go through using my general methodology, and we'll see how it goes. And you get to see just how it goes and learn my methodology right. And again, when I did my OCP myself, I absolutely crushed the portion of 80, so I think most likely you will find it very useful. And yeah, let's go. So I always start with the same type of methodology, where I like to export the target, like so. And then just we start scanning, right? We need information about our target. So we see this is SMB, these two. This is DNS most likely, and this is RPC. So I can already do some things like SMB client. Don't need this. SMB client. Yeah, my bad. Let's see. RPC client, there we go. Let's see if it allows anonymous access, or if it doesn't. In either case, it is fine. Let me just see if this one is up. 135, is that correct? Yeah, it is. Yeah. So it doesn't allow anonymous access. We can try again, but most likely does not. So the next thing I see is that SMB is open. So I want to actually see if SMB allows anonymous listing. Let's see, I don't like this syntax. I normally do it like so. So yeah, now we're essentially just seeing if we have list access. So nothing. So either we will or we will not. We will see. But at least now we're just checking one port at a time. And we do. Okay. So with the current access we have, which is nothing, right? Just anonymous access, we're able to list these shares. Now a lot of these are not particularly interesting, but these two look very new. So I want to try to get access to them. Let's see. So we don't want to list. Yeah, I don't fully remember the syntax. So let's look something up. SMB, something like this, I suppose. There we go. And then we don't need this. Try that. Okay, so we can see that LDAP is open. This is the SSL version of LDAP. Global CAD LDAP, I see. So all of these, I believe, is RPC related. This is DNS. This is 88, Kerberos, so we know that this is a domain controller. And RPC, SMB, LDAP again, SMB. This one is usually not interesting, but we're gonna look into it later. So yeah, we will. I will go through my general methodology, and if we find nothing, we will just dig at the other ports, right? So we actually got access to the share, so that's great. So let's see what is in here. And there is some random text files. We will see if any of this is particularly useful. Get this. Safety, get that. and then change. So let me exit and see if we have all of those. We do. And I believe there was another share as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So Enterprise Anonymous. Now this was the TEM one. So the one that we wanted to see was the Business Anonymous. Yeah. So let's have a look in here. Heck, more stuff. Business merger, business inspections, business criteria. Yes, yes, yes. Let's see if it got this one. Okay. So, try game manager sections. Operation save the sync click. Yeah, so it got all of it. So let's go through it. I'll start like this. So what is this? Woman business. Alexa blah 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 is who business manager. All this is Röd Althus blah blah blah. Okay. Now, when I see this, I'm thinking phishing to some extent. The contact call this number. This was font irrelevant. Maybe. Yeah. Obviously, this mission want the phishing related. But yeah, this is a name. And names are always useful. So I will actually just start working on that. So let's see, notes. Let's see. RPC, unknown access, not allowed. SMB listing, allowed. Possible names to test. Okay, so let's go to business detections. Person not remember I see. If the person that you should for blah 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 blah. Maybe try hacking to them interesting. I don't think I care about debts. So notes. Then try hacking. Business tracking. No names, walnut. Cool. Enterprise operations. We bring predictive blah 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 blah. Walnut entertainment. I'll see this will be a username, but I'll keep it in mind. So operation enterprise safe today. So this is another name. We like that. Cool. An enterprise. Think in the end. And another name. Excellent. So okay, so the reason why I'm interested in names is because you could try to brute force these different services. Like SMB, this would be Vinaran. If you need a tool like Evil Vinaran. But more interestingly, also LDAP as well. And RPC. But specifically port 88, there's a tool called Curbrute that is super useful. Because you could brute force usernames against it. And then if any of those usernames are related to the domain, it will actually tell you if it's a valid username. And then you know for a fact which username works. And then you can use that in further attacks like like brute forcing various services, etc. So let's see, did I understand my notes? Johnny, I did not. Okay, so yeah, so there's a lot of enumeration that I would like to do. But let's try one thing for now. So we know that RPE is not anonymous access allowed. We know that we can list some stuff with S and B. I would need to know the domain name I believe to use Kerbert. So let's see. Get it to users, txt. I want to start working on a username list, so let me try to create a few variations in these names. So like John Elite, Jerry Elite, John Elite, John Elite, J Elite, J Elite, and I'll do the Terrace Fong. So there are a few tools that you can do this for you, but I will just do this manually from now. Don't quite remember, I don't feel like looking it up, so Tony Skid, John Elite, and so Jack as well. So that is something that we should definitely test as well. So let me just do this. Jane. Alright, so we should definitely just be testing like this. With Tommy as well. Yeah, like this. So let me actually cat that. Oh, it's so useless, yeah. And I believe there's a tool to I should maybe have it in my notes here. Yeah, something like this, yeah. So in this list struct here, I would just add all of this in this list to make a big list. So if I do happiest list, and if pipe it into word count, then yeah, that's a lot of lines. So maybe just start. Maybe we will just start with this list then, but then if we don't find anything, then we will try this one. So let's see if I have Kerbert. I do. Right. Excellent. And if you don't know where to find Kerbert, then you could pretty much just follow this right here. So gift clone this directory, cd into Kerbert, right make all, and then cd into this. And there you could run the Kerbert binary. So yeah. Let's try this, and then DC will be the target. And then the domain will actually be this one right here. That cracked that fund for us. So let's try that. Whoops, not the names. We want to use our own list, so that will be useless. Make this one. And it's already found one. So essentially what this tool does is that it goes through all of these users and it validates them against port 8080, which is again Kerberos. And it sees if this is a valid one. But not only did it do that, it also sees if the user has pre-authentication enabled, and it did not. And because of that, we're able to get something called the Astra hash. This tool does this as well, which is amazing. But yeah, it gives the old version of the thing. So I prefer using a different tool for this. But this is amazing. This already tells me that we have some actual access. So srep roast, this one right here. I think, right? Asrep roast. Yeah, I think this looks correct. So let us do like this. DCIP should be your target. User file should be users. And then I think John is another alternative there. So then it tries to Asrep roast against all of our users. And there we go. We found our skin. So let's see. Asrep hash. And then I can use a tool called Haiti to see that hashes the TXT. Interesting. Okay, let's just try. Let's just try this then. Word list. Yeah, so it did identify that it is a Asrep roast hash. So here we actually have credentials. So that is amazing. Let me add this into the notes as well. Found valid creds with Asrep roast and then cracking hash. So what I like to do right now is to do crack map exec. Yes, target, and then user is essentially all that we want to do after we get some valid credentials, which we just did, is to just test it against all of the protocols we pretty much can. So I will start with SMB. So let's see, Tskid I think is their name, correct? And we can see that this is valid, but it doesn't give us a shell. We can also see with Venaram, because that is also open, as you can see right there. That's 5985. Another thing we can also do is something called curb roasting. So we see that this doesn't work, unfortunately. But so we don't have a shell yet, but we have some credentials. And we can test this against RPC, we can test this against LDAP, and we can test this against many things. But the highest impact would be if we can actually curb roast or get a direct shell. So I'm seeing now in my notes that this is actually where my notes is from, this exact box. So that is actually amazing. So then we pretty much know that this is the right way. But again, I would have tested this plus many other things regardless. So it really doesn't matter if we would have gotten there in the end regardless. So let's see. I think this format looks correct. That's the right domain controller IP, domain, username, password, and then we request a curb roast hash if they are vulnerable to curb roasting. So, and yeah, they are. So we can see that the curb roast hash, that is what we get, and we see that the username enterprise core VM is the one that's vulnerable. So again, let us make a hash. So I want to call this one KRB hash. Add this one in. John. Or we can test with Haiti again. It sees that it's a curb roasting hash. KRB. And then let's see if John auto-detects the right hash type. I think it will. Yep, it does. And there we go. That is the right credentials. So that is wonderful. So again, we want to add this into our notes. We did curb roasting, and it worked against a service account called Enterprise Corvian. With path. This is the password. So again, what do we do when we get credentials? We just want to test it everywhere. So this is the password. Insanely weird password, but that's okay. So again, let's start with SMP. And then let's see what we can do with this. And again, after I check SMP, I'm gonna check WinRM, and then I can test the other ones, like LDAP and RPC, etc. I'm not too interested in RPC, but it doesn't hurt to check eventually. So WinRM. It's quite possible that this actually will work, because based off the name Enterprise Corvian, it kind of seems like a service account of sorts. WinRM is essentially Windows remote management, so not everything will have access there. But this is an interesting service, because we can use a tool called Evil WinRM, if this works, to actually get a direct shell onto the machine, and that is always extremely interesting. So this will be target. We will not be using a hash, we will be using a password. And remember quotation marks against when we have all of these weird passwords. Enterprise Corvian. One cool thing you can do actually with SMB, with valid credentials, is that you can do something called readbrute. I think this is the right syntax for it. Oh, and there we go, it actually works. So yeah, we have an actual shell now. So that is insanely nice. And the RID brute forcing seems to work as well. But it's it's there we go. So essentially, even though this with SMB weren't enough to get a shell of sorts, we still have valid SMB credentials, and over SMB you can do some red brute forcing, where essentially we're able to find out usernames based off their RIDs, and we could see that all of these with, I can actually show you like this. So grep I sid type user, all of these more or less will be valid users on this domain. The list of directories I want to access. But if I try like so, then I can. And I would really look through, and then we find this one right here. So we want to get this one right here. So then we have a VBS script that we are checking out. So here are essentially clear text credentials in the VBS file that we are obviously interested in. So let us know that right there. Then once again, we just want to check every single credentials that we get with correct mapexec. And this is a very good sign. Because this means that they are a local admin on that account. Huh? And so that means that with SMB we can actually get a shell, most likely, or not most likely, but very possibly. So you can use a tool called PSExec for it. There we go, something like this. And we are not going to use a hash, I think. This is the format for it. So, and this should be the domain, I believe. Like so. Let's try this. So if you see a pond with CrackMapExec, as you see here with SLB, you always want to try a tool called impact PSExec. I sometimes try this at least twice because it can be a bit clunky, but in case this does not work, there's another tool called VMIExec. And these tools will give you an actual direct shell, which is very, very, very nice. So this one stopped right there. Again, I would try this one again, but let's try VMIExec for now. And if none of this works, then I'm gonna load up a tool called Bloodhound. And that is pretty useful for active direct exploitation. But there we go. There we go. So this actually gave a shell. So that's why there's definitely a lot of people that would just give up right there with using impact at PSExec. But you definitely want to use this tool as well. You want to use it in the same scenario pretty much. And as you can see, this one worked, this one didn't. So you definitely do want to try them both. So again, we are a different user. Let me see which permissions this user has. Oh, they're a domain admin. Okay, so they are an administrator in this Active Directory domain. So then you can do one of the most fun attacks called... this is always so satisfying. Let me show you. And again, you can see that I've done this box before. That's why notes are so nice. I don't even have to do anything. So you have the domain, you have the username, and then you have the target. And I think here you would want the creds as well. And let's try this. As I said, this is incredibly satisfying. So these hashes, by the way, are DLM hashes. So these are pretty much all the hashes of the users in the entire domain. Because this person is a domain admin, so they have access to do that. And since we have the credentials, we can use a tool called secretsdump, which essentially just dumps all of the hashes of all of the users in the entire domain. Slow, but that's fine. Let me just see with this one as well. CrackMap can actually check with the you can check for the hash, I believe, like this. Is it like so? hash. Perhaps it wants the entire hash itself. That's why. Yeah, there we go. See? And again, this didn't work, but this does work. So now we are logged in as the administrator. So, lovely stuff. So again, thank you for watching. I will be doing a few more videos on Active Directory, but asset roasting and curve roasting and enumerating shares and stuff like that. Just get it into your head and start building a methodology, and all of this should become muscle memory to you in just a little bit. So, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome. Today we'll be doing this machine called Fusion Core. It's a hard machine. And I'm guessing it's either Windows or AD. So let's find out. We can do port 8080 like so. And yeah, so we can see that this is indeed a domain controller. So yeah, let's get started. So let us do the same we always do, because that is important. So let us scan all of the ports that we always do. And we can see that we also have a website running. And we have OSCP running, LDP, no RDP admin. This is LDAP. Alright. So let's check out the website in the meantime. So the first thing that we always want is usernames, right? So unless you start in an environment, like for instance on the OSCP exam, where there's assumed breach, where you have a set of credentials, right? We will get to that point. But in this scenario, we have no credentials, right? So we need to find usernames, and we need to try stuff like asset roasting, and we need to try and look for places we can get information like creds, like SNB, LDAP, with anonymous access, guest login, etc. Right? So put about services, maybe team, like yeah. So we have some usernames to start off with at least. Let's do copy nodes and subnodes. Copy nodes and subnodes here, and then paste nodes and subnodes. Fusion Corp. Alright. So let me just put on some information I find interesting. I would like to check with GoBuster as well, but let's check some other things first. So, just because I don't want to scan both places at the same time, in case of instability, right? Because I don't want to accidentally DOS the server, essentially. So This will give us a domain. Let's see, host. To import the sender right there. Fusion Corp. There we go. And then I would like to check stuff like with boot. And then users as well. Now try to guess the count as well. So this account is disabled, it seems like. Let me just try this over LDAP as well. And it does not allow us to do this. So we can't use Redbird to LDAP as well. Alright, so we don't have much luck there. Can I check shares? I cannot check shares. All right. Okay, so this seems to be able to possibly work. Let me see. There we go. So can I do enum dom users? I cannot. Okay, so we don't have really any way so far to get really any information, to be honest, about the users, except the information that we have found right here. So yeah, and also now the actual scan is over. So let's go over it. So these are all of the ports. We can see that Vinaram is also open. Let's take a look at the complete one. It doesn't tell us much interesting stuff, to be honest, so far. Bootstrap template again. And then I guess I can check this as well. Could not negotiate. Ties in. So, we have a backup folder right here. We were gonna get to brute forcing the website regardless, but let's just check it out. So we have those usernames that we want to create a list with for Azure posting. Employees ODS. Okay. So let's see, home, Kali, download. Okay, so let's see. File employees. It's not encrypted. No. I was just gonna... Okay, so I don't have LibreOffice, so let me download that. So, download LibreOffice, Kali Linux. Let me see, LibreOffice. Let me just try running this first. and see if it's the right LibreOffice. So now we can try opening this. If it's on Java, LX, Java may not function correctly. All right. So let's see. What if ODS file? How to open ODS file? So LibreOffice, okay. Yeah. Let's try this first, and then we can continue with the second method. And this is also why it's important to have snapshots, right? So, because as you can see, I have some snapshots, and it pretty much removes the risk of you being able to fuck up with the VM. I also highly recommend you taking snapshots when it comes to the exam. You might suspend the host, right? And then you take a break, and then you might as well snapshot it, right? Or take a snapshot right before the exam, I would also recommend. So yeah, let us try this again. We can see that now it works. So this was the correct way to do it, or one of the correct ways. So we have some... Okay, so they literally give us the usernames. So that is awesome. I just hit Controls set on that one. To put it in the background, and then you can hit FG to put it in the foreground as well. But yeah, but it doesn't cancel this. So let's create a usernames. So we are back. The machine died for some reason. So let us fix that. So it's up again. That's good. Alright, so now what I want to show you. So we have this usernames way right here, right? Let's see, usernames. We have those, and then that's the... Yeah, we have John Powell and... L. Linda, yeah, we have all of these users. So... Her brute is the next thing we want to try. So we can run it like so, and then we will use our own username list right here against the target IP, and then against the Fusion Corp domain, like so. So we found L. Parker only. Do I believe that? Maybe. Let's try Azure browsing it regardless. is ASRIP roastable, so that's good. So then no usernames with on a login, etc. Found with a T file on backup directory and port 80, right? Yes. ODS. ASRIP roasted all users. One hit, L Parker. Right. Let's try cracking those hashes. So we can pretty much just copy this, or we put the output file hashes. So cat hashes like so. And a John word list. Against the hashes of TXT, and there we go. We found a valid set of credentials, right? So cracked hashes, hash with John, found creds. All right. So now we can try a lot more. So let's try netexec, SMB, RES LDAP, L Parker, and the password can be this. Yeah, and by the way, these quotes right here is important because, yeah, that will make it behave differently with the double exclamation marks here. All right, so we have valid credentials. I just want to run users. So, oh, and there we go. Yeah, so this is why it's always useful to check LDAP with the users flank, because we get to see the description fields. We can also do this with Bloodhound, but this is a way you can quickly check all of the users. So, all right, awesome. Now I guess let's just see which of these have shells and whatnot. Found more creds. So again, we did this at the start, but we didn't have access to do it with anonymous access. So then when we got initial set of credentials, we want to retry it, right? So every time you get a piece of credentials, you want to recheck things. Excluding some things, of course, like curb roasting. If you get a new user, there's no point in trying to curb roast again. In description field. That is a J Murphy. So let us actually see first with this user before we jump ahead. So we want to check SMB, and then we want to go back to our Nmap port as well. So we can see that RDP is also open, so we also would like to check that. So SMB doesn't seem to say pound, so we can check the shares, etc. But let's go for the quick wins first. Let's check RDP. This is with Ed Parker. Okay, also not pound. What about VMI? That's RPC. Nope. Then what about Vinaram? Awesome. Yeah, okay. So this actually works. L. Parker can get shell over Veneran. Let me try the other user as well. I would just like to get some overview. So yeah, and this person also has some, it's a pound symbol, so it's also important that you put it in quotations. This guy also has pawned on Vinera. Okay. All right. We are in a luxurious position where we have too much access, but yeah, I suppose it makes. I want to check J. Murphy's source because we couldn't have timed J. Murphy without finding the creds of L. Parker. So this is probably the quickest way to beat this box. So let me just do that. Finally. So that took some time. So the goal is to do Privacy care. And if it doesn't work, then we still have the user right here to do Privacy on. If that doesn't work, then I would like to go over like shares and see if there's any like credentials like that. If we don't find anything there, we can always check with Bloodhound if there's some special permissions we can do to escalate in the domain. And then if that doesn't work, we can try certificate attacks. And yeah, and we haven't tried like desync, just a bunch of the packs we can do, but these I deem the most likely. So let's start with J. Murphy because we needed L. Parker to get access to J. Murphy. So let's see if we can do Krivesk here. So as always, you start your 12 and then power up after that, depending on what you find. And I've been going through the... So yeah, this has to be the way. So we are in the backup operator group and we have these formations right here. So if you don't know, these formations, they are incredibly dangerous. So let me go to C Windows tasks. And let me go to SC backup. Privilege. Yeah, so this is pretty much what you need. So for dumping local users, you can do something like this where you're essentially... So essentially what these privileges allow us to do, they allow us to take backup of files that you normally wouldn't have permission to take backup of. And essentially what we can do is we can take backup of the system hive, this ham hive, and the MTDS bit. And from that, we can use secretstump to dump all of the hashes from those files. And then from there, we can use like pass the hash or trying to crack the hash, but pass the hash is simpler. So yeah, that's the plan at least. So to be able to get access to NPD as Git, you need to use specialized tooling for it. You can't just copy it from registry like so. And since we are in a domain, we want to dump all of the domain users. So the first thing we would like to do is to make a file called viper.dsh. So let's say get it viper.dsh. Copy that. Make it compatible with us, like so. And then from here, we can upload viper.dsh, or we could set up like a like an SMB share. Like so. And then we can use this to copy files back and forth, or you can use Veneram's inbuilt uploaded downloads, right? And now we have that. Now we need to run it. The shadow copy was successfully exposed as X. That's good. And now we can copy. Now we can copy the empty instead through this flotation right there by doing this. Let's see if that worked. Indeed it didn't. So the next step now is to copy the system. I can see that nobody used temp path, but we're in task folder this time. So see Windows tasks, then system. That quite nice. And then we can also do the same with the SAM. It's not really needed, but more hashes we like. So cool. So so now we can connect to our SMB share by doing Matthews, or we can run Donald, but this is just always a good way to do it in my opinion. I really like this technique. So Matthews share, right? We call it share. And then the username is Kaz. And then we have an empty password, so we don't need to specify anything here. And then it will try to connect back to us. And Shen. There we go. Should tell that dash thread there. And now we have connected. So now what we can do is that we can just copy everything over and so we can run copy it, and then we can do SAM, comma, NTDS det, comma, and then system. Right? This shouldn't be there, of course. So yeah. Now we can copy all of these. I just forgot to remove the little user account. So now we're copying all of these files to the share. It's very simple to transfer files like this. And if we wanted to copy something back again, all we do is just that instead of putting stuff here, we just put stuff like chat, like. So this would download test.ht from our Kali to this machine right here. Yeah, now we have those files. And the next step now would be to take all of that information that we have and then dump it. So we all have SQL dump like this. We have to specify impacted secret sum like so. And yeah, we can also even specify like the SAM. So now, and then we specify local, because that's where we had all of these files. And there we go. Look at this beautiful file thing. So we are just, we can even like dump it into dump.ht. But yeah, this is just absolutely beautiful, right? So these are the locals, fun hashes, right? Locally on the file. And these are the MTDS vet. So these are the relevant stuff from the domain. So yeah, and here's also curb roast cheese as well. But we can use, this is an NTLM hash right here. This is the LM, this is the LM portion, and this is the empty. The empty portion is what we want to use for authentication to essentially perform pass the hash. So if I do something like netexec, SMB, paraget, user administrator, and then like so, the administrator from entity.stat, for instance, is all the related domain users. We can try that. And it says pond, right? So that's awesome. And here is also the the hash of J Murphy, for instance. J Murphy. We just see that that works, but it doesn't say palmed, right? Because this is over the SMD protocol. If we specify WinRAM, I think it's gonna say palmed. And yeah, there you go. Then we can, let's say, whoops. We want to get a shot, right? But yeah, from here we can do whatever we want. We can dump hashes remotely. We can do it ourselves, huh? We can also dump MTDS dit again. I think it's MTDS like so. And then yes. But let me get an interactive shuttle. We're using PSXAC. And there we go. Now we're also dumping hashes remotely. So it's very nice. So target the administrator hash was this. But this is essentially like Pascal hash. Using core per minute scroder, I think it was Excel. Sometimes this can be a bit fiddle. Sometimes you have to rerun it a few times. But this is pretty much game over, right? We can do whatever we want from here. I also highly suggest trying the different photo codes, right? So like PSXAC is over SMB, VMI exec is also amazing. That's over RPC. You can also try authenticating over RDP and VNRAM, right? So let me just use VMI exec on them. Impact and DMI exec. And yeah, there we go. So now we have all of the privileges we could ever need, right? So hope you guys enjoyed this video, and keep learning, keep actually doing the machines that I'm highlighting and suggesting, because I'm only putting it in walk if I actually think it's going to be useful for the OSCP, right? Because I obviously have the OSCP and I know what you should be focusing on and what is complete waste of time, and these are all great, so definitely do them. You can intentionally like not watch the rest of the videos and then just look at the start and then do the machine before me and then see how I perform it after, or you could do the other way around where you look at some videos and then you try to redo them later on, right? So yeah, but it's definitely important that you keep getting in practice, you keep taking notes, you keep iterating and finding a methodology that you liked. But yeah, this was the video for today on this host strike here, and I hope you learned something and keep crushing it. Hello and welcome. Today we are doing a machine called Certify, and it is a Active Directory machine from Hack the Box. And yeah, let's just get into it. We attack it the same way we do every other machine, and we use their methodology. And yeah, let's go. So I will pretty much just let this one finish, and then I will get back to you. But we can immediately see that SMB is open and DNS is open and stuff like this. So and just track the domain name, add that as well. And yeah, I will be back when it's done. And there we go. We can see that the scan is done. So in this particular box, we are granted initial set of credentials because it is simulating a breach scenario, just like on the OSCP. So we can add some nodes right here. Judith Mader and Judith09. So we can really just pretty much start by seeing if these are valid credentials, which I would think they are, of course. Judith09. They are valid credentials, so Let me edit this and add the hosts. With this IP so that it can resolve. There we go. And then let me also add this in the background like so. So when run jobs, it is running there. Nice. So I would like to just start simple by checking the shares that we have available to us. So these are all default shares, so nothing too interesting. Let's go through the Nmap scan, see if we have any interesting thing available to us. So we have LDAP on 636 and 389. Kerberos, of course, we know it's the main controller and Active Directory. We have DNS, we have RPC, we have SMB, which we just checked. And then a bunch of default stuff. We also have WinRAM as well. Other than that, nothing really interesting. So I would like to get all of the users. So we can do that by doing the -- users. And we will also see in the description. This is always a good idea to do. And then we can pretty much just make a list with the user sum. It's also probably faster to just use my one-liner for it. So we can do this. And then we will have all of the users in here. There we go. Remove these for now. And there we go. So now we can test basic things like asset roasting. Now the actual box is called certified, so I would imagine it's something to do with the ADCS, Active Directory Certificate Services. So we will definitely check that, but I just like to show a general methodology and not be too assumptuous, because that's a more useful way to actually prepare for the OSCP in my opinion. So we have the domain controller IP right there. The user file we call users. We can output that into hashes. And the domain is certified-hackthebox, like so. And yeah, let's see. So none of these have pre-authentication enabled, so none are vulnerable to that. Let's do the same, but for Kerberos. We don't really need that. Let's see if anything is vulnerable to Kerberos. And we do have one user right here. Let us add that to a hash, like so. And then let's start cracking this hash. It is identifying the right hash type, but it did not manage to crack it. Now, I like to check with two other lists as well. So, one of them is in passwords. Like so. This one right here is huge. It did not manage to find it. And then there is another one in common passwords as well. Let's see, passwords, common passwords. I like checking this one right here. And then also this one right here. So if none of these crack, then yeah. Then I'm not particularly interested in Kerberos, because it's most likely a rabbit hole. Now, granted that we don't really have any credentials in the share, we don't have asterisk roasting or curve roasting really available to us. The next thing that I would like to check is with Certify, right? So I've improved my methodology a bit when it comes to Certify. So let me show you. So you can check with the vulnerable and standard out, and it's good, but you will gain more insight if you don't use vulnerable and you know what to do with the data, right? How to parse it. So I'll show you that next. So once again, the user is Judith Mater. At certified to tag the box with Judith09, and then let's do it like so. So it will look for vulnerable templates in this domain. So it seems to actually be parsing. It seems to actually be in certificate authority in play right there. Because if it immediately can't connect, then we know that it's not really certificate authority, right? So this is a good sign, but let's see if anything is actually vulnerable. And if there's no path that we find with Certify, then I would like to check blood on, right? So immediately we cannot find any certificate templates. Okay. Now, Kerberos, again, we only need to check once. For each user, it makes sense to check the vulnerable template again and again, okay? So that's just good to keep in mind. Now, this is what I wanted to show you. So we could do something like this, where instead of using vulnerable, we can do this, where we specify we want it in a TXT format, and then we want it as certs dot whatever the output is, okay? So it will spit out all the templates that it can find, whether they are vulnerable or not, and it will give us the information, right? So that's very useful if we actually know what to do with it and how to parse it, and not just be immediately overwhelmed. That's why I made this one-liner right here that is incredibly useful. Essentially what it will do is that it will cat the file with -n to give numbers so we can easily parse it. And then it will grep for the enrollment rights, aka who can do what with this template, right? Who can actually manipulate the templates and make them abusable to some extent, right? These are the type of users or objects we would have to get access to be able to manipulate the objects to give us further rights, okay? -I is just case insensitive, -c is just this line and 4 under it, pretty much. So we look for involvement rights, so we can find which users or objects has access to manipulate the templates. And then we grep the output of that. -v is to ignore all of these things that come in at the output, right? -I is case insensitivity again, and capital E is regex. So that essentially allows us to perform all of these in one by using these pipes, right? So all of these things we don't want in output. And then I simply grep for this dash right here. And that's just to look at all of the actual domain objects. I'll show you. If we do like so, we will see only the things. So I already found what I'm interested in. Because in the enrollment right, this is the only pretty much field. Now, if it said enrollment rights, then we had more to look into. But this is a possible attack vector, because this is not default. And also, the reason why I'm excluding these is because these should be able to manipulate the template regardless. So it doesn't really change anything. It wouldn't be a vulnerability, right? It's pretty much calling like the vulnerability that root can read the root file, right? It's not a vulnerability. They're supposed to have these rights. But this is not a default Windows object. So it's either a user or a group. But yeah, so we can use gedit and look at certs, open it in the background. And since we see that on line 56, it says that, we can get more context again. So let us open it like so, go to line 56, and we will see that the enrollment rights are these users again, or these objects. So this user probably, or a group, and then these groups right here, are able to essentially use the certificate 0, and the template name is certified authentication. Now, the EKU, or extended key usage, is essentially what this template can do to some extent, and client authentication is very dangerous. It allows you to authenticate to pretty much any user. But yeah, this won't tell us directly what the ESC number is, like the vulnerability flag. That's why if we manage to get to, for instance, this user right here, then we can run it with -- vulnerable again, and it will show you exactly which ESC type it is. And then from there, let me show you. I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I just want to explain it because a lot of people get confused with this stuff. So when we run with -- vulnerable later, we will be able to see which type of attack it is, right? So EC1, right? EC2, there's even ESC16. I think that's the highest number it goes to at the moment. But yeah, we don't know which ESC it is yet, but we know that this user right here is non-default. This as well. And we should be aiming to potentially get access to them. So yeah. I hope that wasn't too confusing, but let's open up Bloodhound to see if there is any actual path to get there. I don't know if there is. Or maybe this one right here is possibly the previous, but let's find out. So, unless we ran it like this, we wouldn't be able to get these insights, right? So it's very, very useful. And again, instead of going through like 1.3 thousand lines, we were just instantly able to jump to like, okay, enrollment rights, this user is non-default, interesting, okay. Let's see if we can reach it. So, let me go to Bloodhound in my notes. Oops. There we go. Right. So let's use net exact like so. Remove all of this because we don't need to parse the user. Bloodhound operates over the LDAP protocol. And now we can do like so. So it will use these axes to essentially grab all of the data from LDAP queries of the entire domain, and it will help us visualize it, right? That's pretty much what Bloodhound does. And then it will ingest all of the data that we have inside the SIP. And yeah. So the data is now there. We can now copy this data and then move it to temp so that when we open up Bloodhound, we can actually open it in the browser without having to run the browser session as root. So let me just get all of this ready. And once it's properly up and ready, just like that, we can now open up Bloodhound. What am I doing? It should be at localhost 8080 when it's up, but it takes a little bit of time, even though these logs are showing. So maybe if I try again now, there we go. So the default username is admin, and then you'll be getting those credentials right there, which you will have to change. So let me change them. So let us ingest the data that we just got with netexec. They are in temp, like so. Let me upload them and be right back when they are done. So now the data is ingested. So there we go. So the first thing that I like to do is that I like to go to the user that we have access to. In this case, it is Judy. And then simply just mark Judy as owned. There we go. And I like to go to Cypher queries. These are dangerous permissions. So these are saying these are normal groups to have that. Kerberos interactions. As proposed, we want CNA. And we will see one Kerberostable user, which we did not manage to crack the hash of. So the next thing that I like to do is that I like to check the domain admins and the shortest path from owned objects. And then after that, I like to manually just go through all the users and look at their outbound rights. So So let's see. So far this looks promising. So let's see. Yes. Okay. So these are not just random groups she's a member of. These are groups she's not really a part of yet, but she has right owner over the management group. And this group has generic right over this management service user. And that user has generic all over certificate operator. Now, that looks very, very, very promising, because if you remember, in our output earlier, we had a object, whether it's a group or user, it's probably a user, called operator CA, certificate authority probably, as a part of the certificate 0 with the template name certified authentication, which can perform client authentication and server authentication. But yeah, so that looks very, very good. Now, we don't know if it's guaranteed going to be the same user. Operator CA. It's not the same as CA operator, which is a bit strange. We can see if there is operator. Okay, there we go. So it seems that the certified tool is looking at the display name, operator CA, when it's doing this form of output. So that's awesome. So that's awesome. So the goal from here should be decently clear. It's to get to this user right here, and Bloodhound is feeding us a path to do so. So that's awesome. So let us simply just go from a person we already have access to, and then let's work us all the way to here. And then after that, after we manage to hopefully get access to this user, we can likely perform some attacks using Certify. At least that seems very, very likely so far. So you saw how likely, or you saw how useful that one-liner was earlier, right? Where we saw all of the templates, but yeah, good stuff. So we have right owner over this group. So let us just work us up. So to change the ownership of the object, you may use impact the owner edit example. So again, we can essentially grant ourselves Judith. We can grant ourselves as the owner of this group right here. And then after that, we can add ourselves to this group after we have made ourselves the owner of the group. So we give ourselves the permissions. Verify that the user was successfully, and then we can verify that that actually happened. And then we are essentially part of this group. And then we can work our way to the management service user. So let us attempt that. So we go to Linux abuse because I don't have a shell on Windows, and if you can do it on Linux, then why not? Now this tool is a part of the Impact suite, so we can do it like so. The attacker in this scenario is going to be the Judith Mater. And the victim in this scenario is going to be the management. Or the target rather. Management. So the domain is certified.hackthebox. The user, the user is going to be Judith.mater like so. And then password will be Judith09. Let us attempt that. Owner. Unrecognized argument. Okay, it's new owner, it seems like. Yes, let's try that. So let's just try with new owner like so. That worked well. We can simply add the SMD nodes as we go. Then the next step is to, now that we have made ourselves the owner of the group, is to add ourselves to the group. So we can use, let's say, Yeah, so we have to give us the rights. Even though we are the owner of the group, we don't have the rights to do so yet, which is a bit funny. But let's see. In packet, diagonal edits, action rights. Right. Would be right members. And then the principal will be Judith Mater. The target, let's say, the target distinguished name will probably be this. And then it wants the domain, controlled user, and a password. So I believe this looks correct. Let's attempt this. That also worked well. So now we gave ourselves the correct rights to be able to perform this. And now, let us just add ourselves to the actual group. So the target group will be management. So the group and a target user, yes. -e will be the domain, controlled user. Alright, so certified hack the box. Judith Mater. And then Judith 09. And then this is the main controller. So we can just put the IP like so. Seems to work as well. And then we can do this to verify that it worked. So members, targets group like so. Let's try that. And there we go. So now we see that the Judith is a part of this group. Awesome. So now we've essentially gotten one step closer. We have now been able to move from Judith into this group. And now we can look at this right, because we're now a part of the management group. So now we can try to pivot into the management service user. So let's once again. So this is essentially all happening because of the outbound object control, right? So you can see that the management has a outbound object control as a generic right permission over this object called management service. But yeah, let's look at the generic rights. So we can either perform a targeted Kerberos on the management service. Now, if I remember correctly, we already have a hash for the management service. Yes. So that's not going to be too useful. But we can, however, perform an attack called shadow credentials. Now, you can use PyWhisker, but there is also a way you can do it with Certify, which is more convenient. So let's see. Shadow credentials. Certify. There we go. Something like this. So the account in this scenario will be the management service, I believe, and a password for the user we currently have control over will be Judith 09. And then certified. Dot tagged box. Let's attempt this. And it's trying to get the TGT. And then from here we'll be able to get the empty hash if this is successful, which it seems like it will be. We can use something like the Pi Whisker as well, suggested. It just takes a lot longer and it's more convoluted. And this is just a lot simpler. Successful restore the old key, anti-hash, but it gives nothing. And the reason for it is because this is happening over the Kerberos protocol and there's a clock skew error, which is a classic. So simplest way is just to go to, let's see, there we go again. Hard date and target like so. You will try to synchronize with the target clock. And let's try again. And there we go. So this is the empty hash of this user. So this is awesome. So now we have already successfully pivoted us from the Judith into the user called management, and from the management abusing the rights over the management service user. And we have now been able to use a shadow credential attack to be able to get the hash, the empty hash of this user, right? Because we couldn't crack the KRB TGT Kerberos hash, but this hash will be able to perform attacks like pass the hash and actually just directly authenticate. So we can look on Bloodhound to see if this management user can authenticate. Okay. So it is not in the administrator group, like a local administrator. So I don't think like SMP will give us a shell. RDP I don't even think is open. Can double check. 3389, it's not open. But we do see that 5985 is open, which is Veneram. And this user is part of the remote management users. So I do believe that we can get a shell with this user. So we can attempt that. Now, I don't think it's actually the path, even though we can do it, because the because this is the other user that it leads to. Let's see, the CA operator, but we can just see if it works. And I will try this path first, and if it doesn't lead anywhere useful, then I will definitely try to Prebask this machine right there. So management service, and then the hash will be the, whoops, management service, and then the hash will be this. This should work, yep. So now we have a show. So non-immediate useful users right off the bat that I can see. But that's okay. Let me continue with the path that I had in mind, but it's cool to verify. So this user right here has a generic right over another user called CA operator. The one we looked at when we looked at Certify, that looked incredibly interesting. Okay. But yeah, let's continue with the path. Generic all, So I believe we can do something similar, yes. So this group has generic right over this user, and this user has generic all over this user. So we can pretty much perform the exact same attack. So let us just do that. So certify. This time we will be using a different user. We will be using the service management. And this time we will be using a hash. So hashes. And since it is an empty hash, we can actually authenticate with it, which is awesome. And then the account that we're targeting this time is called CA operator. Let us try that once again. Let's see, did I do something wrong? I misspelled the username. It's management service, not service management. Let's try that again. This looks a lot better. And there we go. We got another hash. So this is really awesome. So now we can check with the certify. So we can try with this new user. And then we can do the hashes flag, like so. And the DCIP of target. And then we can look at standard output, like so. And then we can use the vulnerable flag. I think I forgot to find right here. So now it's trying to find any vulnerabilities. And because of our earlier recon, I do think that it will most likely find at least a template that's going to be vulnerable. Because this doesn't tell us the ESC1. Now, if you know every single interaction when it comes to Active Directory certificate services, it is possible that you can look at all of this output and then know that like, all of these rights corresponds to ESC14, etc. But that's an insane amount of knowledge that I think few people just know intuitively. But this tool luckily tells us that in this instance, it is vulnerable to ESC9. So that's awesome. So I guess I'll put this in a 1.txt just to have it somewhere. And then yeah, ESC9 is the vulnerability that we will be focusing on. So other prerequisite may be required for this to be exploitable. See the wiki for more detailed thread. And in my notes, this is the reference that I like to use. Nope, for not Bloodhound, for certifying. I like to use this reference right here for different attacks, because it typically just explains it decently well. So let us go to ESC9. That is the vulnerability that this tool has managed to map out. There we go. So no secured extension on certificate template. So let's say it can be exploited in a couple of ways. GPN manipulation. If an attacker has control over an account, user principal name, attributes, etc. through generic write permission, and that account can enroll in the ESC9 template. If that's the case, which I believe in our case that is the case, because if we go back, we have a user right here, which has generic right, or even better, generic all, over this object or user right here, which can enroll in the ESC9 template, right? Because it is vulnerable to this template right here. So this is great. We're definitely on the right track. You can temporarily change the victim account UPN, so user principal name, to the same account name. So we can essentially change the UPN to be an administrator. We can request a certificate as the victim account. It will contain a manipulated UPN, but will lack the SID security extension. Okay. So there's a validation check that is kind of missing, it seems. So we're essentially managing to trick the server into making it think that we are administrator by requesting a false template of sorts. At least that's how I roughly understand it. Not sure if that's the case or not, but it doesn't matter as long as we can perform it. Then we can revert the user principal name, change on the victim account, use to obtain certificate that authenticates the KDC or K Distribution Center, finding no SID extension and operating in compatibility mode, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. The attacker can impersonate that account. Okay. Again, this is the case right there. Same output we had. Let us try to perform this. So, So, let us change the values as we go. I don't personally like these new lines right here, so I will just remove them. So, the first step is to read the initial UTN, so user principal name. Okay, so let's see. Of the victim account for restoration. So let me go up again. Yeah, here. If an attacker has control over an account's UPN through generic web permission, and that account can enroll, and the attacker can. Okay, so I think in this case then, the it is the management service, because that one has control over, has generic all over the CA operator, and CA operator is the one that can request this template. So if I understand it correctly, this would be the user. And this will be the hashes. So let's see. Hashes like so. The domain controller IP like so. And then a user, the one that we want to essentially trick the server that we are running as the administrator through manipulating the template or the certificate, will be the operator. Let's try that at least. Okay, so that worked. We're reading the attributes of the operator, and the SAM account name and the UPN is CA operator. So let's update the UPN to the administrator, okay? And then let's do the same there. Okay. So the user will be this. The password will be a hash. Like so. The UPN is administrator, and the victim will be the CE operator. And let me once again just fix these new lines. I don't like them. And then let's make it the right tool name. Let's try that. So it successfully updated it. Awesome. Let me double check if that actually worked by reading it again. Why did it time out? The box died for some reason. Okay, let me respawn it up again and I will continue. The box did not die. It was just my VPN being unstable for some reason. But yeah, now let's run this command and now it actually reacts. And we can see that the SAM account name is the same, but the user principal name is now administrator. So that's cool. We have now modified that. Now, the victim account has its UPN. Yes, it does. If needed, obtain credential for the victim account. I don't think we need this, because we have the credentials. Step 4. Yeah. Request certificate. Request certificate as the victim user. Okay. So this time, it will be from the CA user, CA operator, I believe. The quote-unquote victim. But that's why we needed to obtain credentials if we didn't have it. But we already have it, because we used the Shadow Credentials attack earlier and managed to obtain the empty hash. So let us attempt that. Let me once again just change it like so. Also, I will not be using K. That's for Kerberos authentication. We have a hash. So target. This is where I need some information. So okay, so I believe from this one, where I run the vulnerability scan, here I can find information that I need. So here I need a fully qualified domain name. I can find that in the DNS name right here. And then the CA, which is the certificate authority. I can find that right here. And the template is called certified authentication. So they're using Kerberos like this. I will not be using that. So for me, it will be more like this. I will not be using a password. I will be using a hash. And we will be making this request from the quote-unquote victim user. Which is the CA operator. Hashes. This will be CA operator at certified.hackthebox. I think that might look correct. Let's attempt this for now. So if this works, it will create a certificate and a private key. And it did? Awesome. So we did all of that correct. So now we will revert the victim account CPN before we try to authenticate. Okay. Let's do that. And I believe that since we are reverting this one to its original state, I think we would have to use the user that we changed it to begin with, and that was using the management service. Let's at least test that. To me, that makes sense. Account. Hashes, and then the target there, the UPN will be the original state. Okay. So that will be CA operator. Let's certify.hackthebox. And then EA operator, I believe. That seemed to have worked. Let me try reading that again. It is now updated again to its original form, but we have written down the certificate in the form where it has the administrator as the UPN. So now, finally, it suggests that we try to authenticate. So let's try that. This is the most important part. target the administrator PFX. But the same. I'm scared that I've done something wrong. But let's try. I feel like this should be administrator. I might have done the mistake earlier. That's not good. But let's try going to it regardless. So let's do with this one, I suppose. This feels very wrong. Username. Administrator domain. Yeah, that's not good. I must have done a mistake somewhere. Let's see where I did my mistake. So note. So let's say it should be in the certify one. I think this one should never been. You wanna make the Did I even do something wrong? I'm unsure why I don't have a administrator key. Let me copy this regardless, and let's do it again. I have the note, so it should be decently fast. This should be an administrator PFX. Okay, let's try again. So we read the certificate. It says CA operator. This should change the certificate. Let's reread it. It should say administrator. I believe this should give me the administrator hash or the administrator key. Yes, it does. I don't know what happened then. And then now this will change the UPN back. So then if I do this, it should say it's a normal user again. If I just simply read it, it does. But I should still be able to authenticate like so. Let's try that. I think they should work. I don't know what I've done, but let's see how it goes. There we go. I don't know what I did wrong. But yes, that does work. Awesome. So let's try with administrator. Hashes. Capital H. There we go. So yeah. This does work. I don't fully know what I did wrong at the start, but it's fine. Hopefully that was really education regardless. Try to explain it as well as I could. And yeah. Let's now dump some hashes remotely for some fun, and I really hope you enjoyed this video and learned something useful out of it. And yeah, thank you so much for watching, and best of luck on your journey. So yeah, let me just show you my methodology and how I think through boxes as someone with OSCP, and I really think that should help. So the first thing that I like to do is to export the target like so. This just makes it so that I don't have to type the IP every time. I can simply do ping target and it will ping this IP, right? It's just so I can copy paste the notes, which I will show you right now. And I can just use the same notes over and over and over again, right? When I specify target. So while this is running in the background, I would like to just show you the overview of the room difficulties, right? So I made this room difficulty overview right here, so that if you only want to jump to easy machines, then you can simply just skip around and focus only on that. And then as you become more and more confident, you can jump to medium, and you can do hard, and you can do you can jump back to some easy again, etc, etc, etc. But yeah, I thought this would be handy, so that you don't come across a hard machine in like an early video and you get discouraged and think that that's expected. But yeah, so I really hope you enjoy that. And also, we also have some simple checklist Cherrytree notes right here, which you can download, which I think will really help you with methodology if you're new. So let me just show you how they look like. So they look like so, where there's a standalone section and there's 80 machine section, okay? So at the moment we're doing an 80 machine, so let me click there. And I have essentially made a checklist of a general methodology, which will be quite solid, right? It's made for beginners that doesn't yet have a methodology or know what would be really solid, good things to look for. So that's pretty much why I made this. So after we've done the full TCP port scan, then we simply just click this, right? And then we don't have to think about that. And then we can go down and down and down. And really just make sure that there's not something important that we've forgotten about, right? It really is just a handy reference when you're stuck, and really just something useful that you can use, right? When going to machines. So let me see if this Nmap scan has done something. The first part of the scan, by the way, so it's still ongoing. This might look like a lot, but really all I'm doing is that I am scanning this IP, right, with all the ports, and then I am forcing it right here to be a bit faster. Nmap by default isn't the fastest. Allow it to have 5 retries, and then I simply output the file right here. And then I just have the machine sleep to give the target some rest as well. And then I run a deeper Nmap scan with like service enumeration and default scripts, etc. Not on all ports, but just top 1000 ports, right? And then I'll go back and fingerprint manually if there's any ports that is missed that I really want to see what is, right? And then I simply just do a vulnerability scan in the end using Nmap scripting engine. So it really is just a copy paste that I attempt to do on every machine. It's a very solid start. So yeah. Now this one is done, and as you can see, it has already started on the next one with the deeper scan, but this one is usually good enough to really get a great start. So we can see that port 80 is open. Okay, so that usually either means that there's an actual website that we can find information, hopefully something like usernames, because in the list as well, we are incredibly interested in getting usernames, because then we can test stuff like asset posting, right? Which I'll show you if this becomes relevant for a machine, but it certainly is relevant in many other machines that I cover. So yeah, let me just check out if there's an actual website, because it might also be related to something called Active Directory certificate services as well. But yeah, this is a website. So I can use GoBuster and brute force, etc., and which is not a bad idea, but when it comes to Active Directory, I tend to look for information like if I can find any usernames, etc. The image doesn't contain like a user of something. Contact doesn't have much. Maybe team. That's about. Okay, so it doesn't tell us that much so far. Egoistical bench. Single page. Okay. So you can see some posts right there. Images. So we have someone called admin. Here we go. Here we have some usernames that I would at least be interested in. So let me just start by making a little user list. And I will test that with asset roasting. That's really all I have for now. Let me also quickly just let me also just quickly do some brute forcing on the website. So this is HTTP, and I don't need output for now. So we have images and we have fonts. These aren't particularly interesting for now. You can also see that the extension is HTML for the most part. So let me brute force for some files. I could let it finish, but I'm not sure it will find much interesting. Let's do it like so. Did we check out the blog one? They all just go to the same URL, the single.html. Yeah, this site doesn't have much interesting stuff. Alright. We have at least 2 possible usernames of sorts. Let me go through the nmap scan, which does a bit deeper nmap scan. Right. Mostly what I'm doing now is that I'm just going through the scan and I'm just checking the website, right? So I will definitely check this type of stuff, but for now I'm just checking some, checking the website for some basic usernames. Let me also to see if it has a robots.txt. That's also always a good thing to check. So it doesn't really seem like it. All right. Let me check with one more word list, and then I will not be more interested in this website. To be honest, I don't think it's going to be particularly interesting, but that's okay. One thing that I would like to check now is that I want to check these things, okay? So I want to check for anonymous access. So one way you can do this, so I see that RPC is open, right? MSRPC, 135 is always RPC. This is Kerberos. When you see this, you basically know that this is a domain controller and this is Active Directory. 139 and 445, these are both SNB. And this is LDAP. And this is also LDAP. And I think this is also LDAP, if I remember. We also have a domain right here, which we would like to add to Etsy hosts. So let me just do that. Etsy hosts. With this IP right here. Just for some DNS purposes. Like so. So now it's time to check for some anonymous access. So netexec will always tell us just the domain, right? So we can see that the domain is this. This is just normally how I like quickly checking the domain name. Let me try with user, nothing. Password, nothing. And then let's see if I have anonymous access to any shares. I don't have access to that. So let me try something called redbrute. See if I can do that. I also don't have access to that. Let me see if the brute force found anything interesting. It really did not. Now, I also like checking with a guest account as well, not just like nothing, because as you can see, there's a different error. Access denied, but this account is disabled. This account is not always disabled, and it's always worthwhile to check. So now I've checked pretty much SMB with anonymous access, and I've also checked for public share rights with anonymous access. Now I would like to check for LDAP and RPC. Because again, RPC is open, and so is LDAP, right? So let me use netexec again. You can also use cracked mapexec, but netexec is the new and improved. So this one doesn't have the redbrute flag, but it does have a uses flag, which can be sometimes incredibly useful if you're allowed to enumerate it. It does not really seem that we are able to do that. I don't think guest will work because guest was just disabled, right? Yes, status account disabled. So we don't really have too much so far. I would like to check with RPC as well, because we've now checked LDAP and we've checked SMB, but I want to check with RPC as well, at least. So let me go to my notes. This is how you can check for anonymous login. And you can see once again, I'm just writing target, so I don't have to specify the IP. It just makes it faster when I copy paste. It actually worked, but there's one thing that I want, and it's enum.dom users. We said I don't have access to do this, but if this worked, we would get all the usernames. So that is a bit annoying. Let me quickly also just check if they have ADCS running. I don't really have any credentials so far, but I believe this will be able to check it. Yeah. I don't think they have ADCS running, Active Directory Certificate Services. So that's also noteworthy. So let's see. We have pretty much done this. There is one... there's two more checks that I tend to do, just to be paranoid. I like checking Eno for Linux, because anonymous access is really important if you don't have any usernames or credentials rights. I just like checking this. And then I also like checking with the LDAP script using nmap as well. I don't suspect that these will find anything really, but I think it's worthwhile to check, simply just so that you have a clean, clear methodology, right? That just pretty much checks everything, so you know when to move on. So it's not able to really enumerate any shares. That's also what our experience was, and this tool seems to share that experience. So let me check this for 389, which is LDAP. And it pretty much just tries to enumerate what it can find with anonymous access of sorts using LDAP. So it did find some information, but let's see if any of that information is useful. So this is a lot if you haven't seen it before, but most of this is not really relevant. We would mostly be interested in getting some form of credentials here. LDAP service name. Okay. We do see Hugo Smith. Which could be relevant. Okay, so let me just make a new one right here. So to just create some nodes. So how you would pretty much do that is that you would copy node and subnode right here in the Active Directory section if you're doing an AD machine, and then you paste it like so. Then you can simply call it whatever you call it the machine name. And you will see that it carries all of the attributes from the one we copied, which is extremely useful, right? All of the subnodes and all of this kind of structure, if you want to put it like so. When I'm solving machine, I tend to just mainly go use the checklist. Although I personally don't really need this because I memorize it. It's more so just to make it simpler to teach. Hopefully this is helpful. And then here you can just spam some information, right? So, tried all anonymous access. Didn't find much. Did, however, find with LDAP enum nmap script another possible username. And then let me just, it doesn't hurt to copy paste the command. And then we found Hugo Smith. Also found some possible usernames from website. So user, found Johnson and Watson. Okay. So this is mostly what we have to work with. It would definitely be worthwhile to really make sure that there's nothing here that I have missed, right? But let me try now. Let me try now with some ASCII roasting, right? At least against Johnson and Watson, and then let's try with Hugo Smith as well. We could also brute force against the usernames as well. But let me verify that they actually are valid, okay? So, Kerbrute. This is the way you could enumerate against port 88, right? Kerberos, if a username actually is valid in a domain, which can be quite valuable. So, you would do it like so. This is also something I would do if I don't have any usernames, which I would go to next at some point. But for now, I just want to test these basic usernames, right? It's just two. So user, target, the domain right here would be egoisticalbank.local. So if I now mistype this, you will see that it gives this little error right here. So none of these were valid, but at least the domain is correct. Let's try with the Hugo user. So a cool way you can do this is that you can convert names to usernames using this tool. It's very handy. So let's just skip on that. Go into AD. And then we can do like so. We called ours user. No, it's not user. We need to make a file called let's just call it name. Like so. So now it generates possible usernames with the Hugo Smith name that we give it, right? Which is quite handy. So let me try with this. Okay, so we have at least a valid... We know at least that this is a valid user. So that is a start. We don't really have too much to go off of so far. But we have at least a user. We could obviously try brute forcing this user against protocols like SND. Yeah, so I added that. But I don't have any credentials yet, right? And I don't really have the password of this user. So at least now we have a valid set of credentials, right? So it's progress, but we don't really have that much access at all. This has been a slow start for sure, but we can at least check this off right here. And we pretty much have done this right here. We have checked for ASCII roasting with the users that we have, but I would like to find more users. let me run this in the background. I'm not sure this is the intended path, but I would at least check that and then look at the other ports that we have open, okay? So these are all the ports that we have open. We do have DNS open as well. So don't mind checking that. You can check it with, sometimes we can find some subdomains that could be interesting. For instance, a subdomain for a website could definitely be a vector. So we can check it with, I believe, the -n is for name server and then D is the domain, I believe. So it didn't really find any usernames with that. Correct domain as well. Let's try that. And it also doesn't check to see how the site behaves with the actual DNS name as well. To see if it behaves differently in the slightest. Johnson, T1. So we do have Jenny Joy right there. That is also very noteworthy. Let me add that into the like I start adding all the names that are actually relevant. Actually, wait. Let me just add her for now. Single. We also have another name here as well. That would be nice to collect. Yeah, so this is all just the same. Okay, we should definitely generate some new lists then with this. That's good. If we have some more information, info@example.com, so that they're not giving us really anything useful there. Let's see if we have found any interesting subdomains, possibly. I don't believe so. Let's try something like this. This is target. Okay, so we're not really finding anything here. But we do have username. We do have some new names. And that's great. So really just let's add this to the list. Go into this. And then I believe we can just generate this once again. Check out the generated users. And now we have a lot more users. Because again, I would like to find a bunch of users, right, to test ASIC posting, because that's really one of very nice ways to get in. If you don't have a set of credentials, right, because we don't have any passwords. So let us try that. Generated users. And once again, the only thing we find is H. Smith. So we really are not finding much at all. Which is a bit frustrating, but that's fine. Okay. Yeah, there's really not that much interesting stuff. I'm really just checking for usernames. That's really where my methodology goes. And here we go. This is... Yes. Perhaps, did I miss this earlier? Quite possible. But yeah, this is really just where my mind space is at, right? It's just username, usernames. Sophie Driver, Bowie Taylor. Hugo Bear, and then Stephen Kerb. So let's add all of this to our name file. And then let's once again generate that. Let's once again generate that with this tool right here. And then let's try that. So we found more users again, so that's good. We found F. Smith as well. So this will not check for Kerber roasting, no, I mean ASHP roasting. So let me use this tool right here. And let's check this new list that we have generated with ASHP roasting, okay? So what we need is that we need the domain, which again we can find easily like so. Let's just grab that right there. And then we need the IP of the domain controller. We have that on the target environment variable. And then the user file with all of the usernames, that is going to be the generated one. And then we can output that into hashes. Let's try that. There we go. So it just took me some time to really find all of the usernames, but we got there eventually. And now we have something very workable, right? So I guess we can add it into the nodes. Found a bunch more usernames from this website right here. Generated username list with this tool. Tested for ASHP roasting. And it got a hash. Let's try cracking it, right? Let's try cracking this hash. So this is good. Now we have hash.txt. And as you can see, both of these are actually from the same user. This is the actual hash type right here. and this is the user, and this is the domain, right? And this is the rest of the hash. So yeah, and we can see right here, this is fsmith as well, just different capitalization. But sure, we can take both, why not? We have it in the hash60, and then we can try cracking it with John the Ripper. So let's try John word list equals user share word list.rocket.txt, and then against hashes.txt. So we essentially completed this by finding all the usernames. Just had to dig a bit further, and now we're testing for ASTER posting. And if successful, try cracking, and we cracked the hash, right? So now we have a set of credentials, which is truly amazing. So first credential set. We have fsmith with the strokes 23. So the first thing that I do, there is a lot of openings, right? That really happened just because we found a pair of credentials. We could try authenticating this against every single protocol that's open, right? Like SMB, VNRAM, RDP, RPC, LDAP, right? We can get a lot more information now. And we can check Kerberoast. By the way, when you check Kerberoast once, right, after you have set of credentials and you test it once, you don't really need to recheck it again, because nothing really changes. Either the domain is vulnerable to Kerberoasting or it's really not, right? So we just need to check this once. That will be the first thing that I will be checking. So Kerberoast. We can do it like so. So this is the password section right there. And then fsmith, this is the user section right here. And then the domain will be placed right here. And the IP, once again, is target. And let's see if any of the users are vulnerable to Kerberoasting. hsmith. It seems like hsmith is. So yeah, let's try this again. Okay, I think I recognize what's wrong here. This person is vulnerable to Kerberoasting, but again, yeah, the clock skew is too great. So yeah, I think I have in my notes something clock skew maybe. No. I think I should have something. Let's see. NT. Something like that, yes. Okay, so let's try that first. R date. We can install that, sure. Let's try R date -n. And then the target like so. We can try that again. Nope. Let's try the NTP date. Did I type that correctly? Let's try installing that as well. Let's try with the domain right here. And let's try the command once again. No. Let's try with IP. Also didn't work. So we have a clock skew issue right here. Let's simply just Google it. Did I not run this? Okay. Yeah, we can try this right here. Simply just turn this off, and then we possibly change it like so. There we go. So, the clock skew issue right there, but there we have our hash. Awesome. So, this is a EGS, right? So, take it to running service. This is a curb roast hash. So, John should have an easy time cracking this as well. So, guess we can slam this into the notes as well. Tried curb roasting, found hash. Yeah, that's correct. Also fixed some clock skew issues with this doesn't hurt to add in, I suppose. But yeah, there we go. So let us try to actually crack this hash. And then TGS, like so. Let's see. H. Smith. So, okay. The H. Smith and the T. Smith seems to be using the same password. Interesting. Second credential set. Okay, so now we have a lot to test. It makes sense to check F. Smith because we found him after. No, it's... Sorry, let's see. H. Smith, I mean. There we go. So it makes sense to check him first, in my opinion, for shell, etc. Because in CTFs, etc., they kind of wanted to be more like linear. So we found this first, and then we found this after, because we couldn't have curb roasted this user without getting access to this user. So we've tried curb roasting and cracked that. Now let's try authenticate with every protocol, right? And that's exactly what we will be doing. So H. Smith. So yeah. Not saying H. Smith. Let's try this. I misspelled the username. Okay, so this is a valid credential set. We can enumerate shares, etc., but we don't have a direct child, right? So we can print money. Okay, I'll check this later. For now, I want to see if I can get a direct shell. That would be the most interesting, so let me check with the protocols that are open. Let's see. Been around. What is open? So let's check the ports again. LDAP is open. This is WinRM, by the way. This is open, just didn't work. We don't have 3389. That will be RDP, but that could be another thing to check. So yeah, that didn't work. What about fsmith? Do you have access to WinRM? So fsmith does have access to WinRM. That's good. fsmith can get shell over WinRM. So that was the first user that we found. Let me check one thing. You can now enumerate, since we have credentials, the users. So we can see all of the users. So it really is just those users, and sometimes credentials will be left in a description field, but not in this case. So yeah, let us get shell on WinRM using fsmith. All right. So we can use a tool called eval WinRM. This is the IP. Estimate is the user, and the password is this. Awesome. So now we can see the permissions. We are in the remote management users, and that's why we were able to get a shell to begin with. None of these privileges seems interesting to me at all. Immediately, this doesn't seem that interesting in terms of the groups, but I will definitely check with PowerUp. That is running, that's good. So I can grab PowerUp like so, and I'll put it into PowerUp.pis1. And we are running as PowerShell. So let me simply invoke the script. PowerUp. And then let's execute this function. Invoke all checks. And this essentially just does a lot of common privilege escalation checks. And I always like to run this before WinPiece because this is a lot quicker and it typically gives me the useful things that I need to be able to get from Privesk, yeah? Especially when it comes to services and stuff like this. This is a DLL hijack, and that is almost never useful at all. So, got shell over WinRM. Nothing really useful immediately from PowerUp and permission/groups. Okay. So we could definitely enumerate that. Can enumerate more with WinPiece and random stuff. But moving on for now. Check later. Right. So this is just like a little note to myself. It's not that I can check later, but for now I want to move on. So I suppose we can enumerate those shares. Let's do that. So we do have write permission right here to this share. Rico printer. Okay, so this is a printer. And we can write to it. Let me try accessing it at least and see if there's anything interesting on it, and then we take it from there. So So I'm going to be using, SMB client for this. Something like so. That is the name. NASA Smith is the username. Let's try that. So it doesn't like the share name. Right. It shouldn't be like so. Let's try that. There we go. Gone through the list. Now, if I knew that people were going to the share, we could drop like a hash stealing thing, like an LNK file, etc. We could try going back to the machine and attack the printer, like specifically, see if there's like a previs there. But let's see. I could also definitely run Bloodhound as well. These are all interesting things that we could do. But yeah, let me start with Bloodhound. Actually, IPC. Let me check the print one first. I could crawl this to make it faster. That would be a lot nicer, to be honest. And then... Sorry, let's see. Shares. You could spider it using that exactly like so. Let me just do that. Let me get back to you when this is done. Yeah, let's just check it out. I'm not really sure I'm expecting anything useful, to be honest. But the most important part is just not getting stuck, right? It just makes sense to check, just in case there's something interesting, but I don't really expect it. Yeah. None of this feels interesting in the slightest. So that's okay. Now, we have two options really, right? We haven't really explored the Prevesk at all, and we haven't really explored Bloodhound. So, we do have a shell, so let's try the Prevesk properly, see if there's anything there. If we find absolutely nothing, then I would like to go Bloodhound and check for domain privilege escalation paths that is more domain specific, right? Because that is kind of what Bloodhound does. So, let's back to F. Smith, because they were actually able to get a Veneram shell. And then let's go back to our folder. Where's my win piece? I might have accidentally deleted that, but yeah, let's say win piece get hunt. Let me grab this one right here. Win piece x64. All right. So we can copy the IP. And let's do it like so. Now Wimpus will take some time. That's why I just like to quickly skim through the permissions and run power up, but always do check Wimpus because it does do more checks. Okay, it is getting downloaded. There we go. So yeah, let me just let this one run, and I will get back to you once it's done. And actually, as it was running, I saw something extremely interesting. Let's see, where was it? Here we go, yeah. Default username, service loan manager M moneymates, the world go round. So this is awesome. Also, let's see, we are done with enumerating shares and authentication for the most part, yeah. Let me copy like that. So while this runs, I would definitely like to play with that. So service loan manager. Status log on failure. Let me just see. Really? Ah, I was confused. This is weird. Did it change username? That was very weird. They might have changed the username. That was confusing. Because it doesn't authenticate, even though I was pretty sure I copied correctly. And then when I actually checked the users on the box using net users, then yeah. Interesting. All right. Then let's change the username to this. And let's attempt again. There we go. Okay. So we have now... and this is why we always run permissions, power up, and then Wimpy's rights to just properly check it. With Wimpy's, we found auto logon, creds, can authenticate over WinRM with needy user. Awesome. So let us pretty much just try that. put it in quotes because it has an exclamation mark right there. And then do it like so. Awesome. So now we're a new user. This new user also doesn't have anything immediately intriguing. Network authenticated user, end-to-end authentication. And again, remote management user, that's why we're able to ram into it. So I think that we once again just grab power up piece 1. Whoops. Okay, so this command doesn't work. Let's try. Let's try use basic parsing like so. And then let's try power up PS1. That seems to work, awesome. So now let's once again run this right there. Invoke all checks. So once again a DLL hijack that I don't really care about. And it didn't really find anything else interesting. Alright. And I don't think any of these groups are particularly interesting. So... but that's okay. We are currently on the previous section again because we got a new user, so... let's do this. And again, if we find absolutely nothing with WIMP as well, then I will run Bloodhound and see if there's any domain attacks we can do. Because we do have access to a lot of users. I think 3 users by now. HSmith, S-Smith, and the service loan manager. So yeah. And then use basic parse thing. Let's try it like so. Misspelling. And then this will once again take a bit of time to both transfer, but also to execute. But let me get back to you when it's done, and let's go through the... All right, this path is decently long, or maybe it's just me being slow at the first step. Maybe a bit of both, but it's now done. Let's now go through the output. We just took a little break, now it really looked, so... let us skim through. Nothing really interesting so far. It does spit out a lot of information. So these are pretty much the same ports that we're used to. DLL. Yeah. Not interested in DLL hijacked. But it does show a lot of sun. Yeah. Whole noted. No, actually, we don't have right permission to this place. So there's really no point, I believe. A lot of that hijacking, yeah, it gives so much output. Most of it is just worth to skim through. The same thing here, 100 right there. Nothing so far interesting. But it does make a lot of checks, which is awesome. This is the domain. We've already found these credentials. Yeah. Don't think there is something. No history files. Check environment variables. Okay, that's pretty much it. I can't say that was particularly interesting. Yeah, I want to check with Bloodhound mail. This machine is long, but that's perfectly fine. So the way you can check with Bloodhound is you write LDAP with a set of credentials that you can get authenticate over LDAP. It even works anonymously if you can actually do that right. And I like running the Bloodhound Community Edition because I just don't really get any dependency issues, and people have struggled with dependency issues, so this works really well for me. Here, let me copy this, put it into temp. And then we can set up the Bloodhound using Docker. So this will take some time, so I'll be right back. Should be mostly goody-goody. Okay, so it has generated a first-time password for us. Now by default, it goes to port 8080 localhost. That's where we can interact with the web UI of Bloodhound. So the default is admin, and then this password right here, and then we have to generate your own one. So this is the old password. Then let's set our new one. So let's say, really the users that we have owned so far is Service Loan Manager, F. Smith, and then I believe H. Smith. Yes. So we pretty much have access to all of these users, which is good. So now we have to go to, let's say, administration and then ingest the data. So Let me do that. Go to temp. I put it to temp, by the way, because so the user doesn't need... so the browser doesn't have to run as root to actually grab the file, right? Because I am in the root directory. So that is just why I like doing that. So this file will ingest, and I'll be back once it's... So the status message is now set to complete. And we can now head over to the Explore tab to actually look at the ingested data, right, in Bloodhound. So really, the first thing that I like to do, it's pretty much just to take all the users that we actually have already access to, and then just tell Bloodhound that, hey, these are owned objects. So we can left click on it and then right click and set to add to owned, and then do that with all the users. So I believe it was H Smith, add to owned, and then also F Smith, add to owned. Awesome. So these are the users that we would like to see if there's any interesting paths from. So I like to go to cipher queries because these are pre-built cipher queries and searches that will be useful to essentially map out the domain. So we can, for instance, look at all of the domain admins. So we can see that the administrator is a part of the domain admins. And in terms of the domain admins, it's pretty much just one member, right? And that's administrator. But you could map out all sorts of things with Bloodhound, but there are some things that are more interesting in my opinion. Like the Corber roastable users, for instance. We know that there is one, and Bloodhound would tell us. The same thing with the F-Smith user being Astrip roastable as well. So the shortest path is also interesting. Let's see. It sometimes tells us the shortest path from to domain admin. Default domain controller. We don't really have these accesses right here. Let's see what this is. A common way for attacker to abuse unconstrained delegation is for attackers to coerce a domain controller using a principler. Interesting. Let's say let me just check out the house name. We can't see system info. That's interesting. We can always try like a spool attack regardless. Something like this. No, not this one. I mean, Quint Nightmare. This is more disrupton, just to test it. Let me see if the spool binary is there, and it is. Let's see, do I even have it in my Prevesk? I don't really think any of this is maybe intended path, and there's obviously no guarantee of working, but it would be fun to try. So let's get back to my notes. Let me describe it like that. wget u space a parsing. And then we can pretty much run it like so to test it. We can see if that actually worked. And yeah, that it is vulnerable to this attack. So yeah, I'm not sure if that's the intended path, but that seems to be a path. So yeah. So it added this. Let us try this for fun. So let's say admin. Oops. Okay, so we have added it successfully. And it is an administrator user. So does that mean we can remotely dump hashes like so? Indeed, it seems like it. Okay. So this is a way that... I suppose this is one way you can do the machine. I'm not sure if it's intended, but it's something to keep in mind. So... hashes and so let's see, the domain and then the user and then the IP. I think this is the format. So yeah, now we are the NT authority. That's cool, but yeah. Let's try without all of this. But it's cool to see that's working. Wind Nightmare worked. And can create admin accounts, dump hashes, get real admin, etc, etc. So let's get back to Bloodhound. I'm not immediately comfortable with this path right here, and I'm unsure if this is the intended one. So let me look at some other things as well. So, shortest path from owned objects. This just tells us how to get to users, or that it's a member of. This is not interesting. Okay, let me go on each individual one thing, or individual user as well. That's also something that I like to do, is to look at the outbound access it has. So yeah, the outbound object control. So fsmith doesn't seem to have any at all. Inbound is as interesting because it's like something else has control over fsmith, but we want to be able to control something else so we can change some permission or add ourselves to a group, etc. So outbound object control is the most interesting by far. Let's go to service load manager next. And they actually have one outbound object control over the domain. Okay, this is definitely a lot more interesting. Let's look at get changes all, Linux abuse, and we can literally just perform sequence. Okay, so yeah, that is awesome. Let us just copy this, I suppose. Let's look up secrets dump. So let's see. So that's the domain. We aren't going to be using admin because it's the user service load manager that has this get changes all over the domain. They have this outbound object control that allows them to essentially perform this action, which is obviously incredibly dangerous. So let us copy this name right here. And then let's specify the password. Like so. And then the IP. All right, let's try this. And yeah, so they just have the actual rights to do this, which is insane, right? So we can once again do the same thing with PSExec, but we have already done it, right? Yeah. So this is the administrator, and then this is the same hash as we used right here, right? So yeah. So there we go. Hope you guys enjoyed this machine. Hope you learned something new and useful. Hello and welcome. We are doing a machine called Forest on Hack the Box. I'm pretty much just scanning the ports at the moment, and I haven't really done anything else. All that I know about this machine is that it's an Active Directory, and as we can see right here, and yeah, hopefully it will be good practice. And let's get straight into it. So the first thing that I like to typically do is just to grab the domain name, and we can do that with PenTest, like so. So we can see that this is called Hack the Box local. So let me put that into Etsy host, like so. I don't have it there. There we go. And then I also like checking if we have anonymous access over SMB. Status access denied. Okay. Can we do something like red brute? I will try with anonymous, and then I will try with guest account as well. Okay. Can I use something like users with LD? And I can. Awesome. So I think I have a one-liner for this, for grabbing all the usernames. Now, the reason why I want the usernames, let me show you in a second. Let me just quickly check if this, yeah, this is probably incorrect, yeah. Need to grab the one with the, like so. That should be good to go. There we go, excellent. User list. So remove these two at the top. But yeah, let me show you why that is. Because as per usual, in the methodology, let me just make a new one for this machine. So copy node and subnodes, and then let me do it on a clean one. And then we paste node and subnodes. So this one we can call forest. So we have scanned all the TCP ports. And what I'm doing right now is to check the access that we have. We pretty much just check with LDAP and SMB. And the only thing I would like to see for our PC is pretty much to get usernames. So we've already done that. The next thing is to find the usernames, right? That's why I'm interested in doing this, so that I can ASTRAP roast those usernames, because it's just a reasonable thing to check always. So yeah, we have already found all of the usernames pretty much, and we managed to do this right here. So pretty much just run it like so, and if it allows anonymous access like so, then we can get it. Very, very useful to check. You can also see if it works with the guest account for fun. And we were not able to do that, right? So I always like to check with guest and also with just nothing. So yeah, there we go. Now we have a list of users. So with netexec, you can also do curb roasting. I believe you can do something like, ASTRAP posting. I believe you can do something like this. And then put the user, the file of usernames, like so. Let me try like this first. If it even hits anything. So it will go through all of the usernames that we found. And yeah, there we go. We could check it with impact as well. I'm just experimenting with doing it like so as well. It really doesn't matter. But yeah, let's see. Can I do -h and then maybe grep for as for post? I wrote as prep roast. I believe this should work then. There we go. Excellent. So, I mean, this is going great. This is truly going amazing. But we have to actually be able to crack this as well and then go from there. So, but yeah, so far it's going really good. So we have this hash right here that I called ASTRAP.txt. We can try with John. Let's see, word list, user share, word list, Rocky.txt on the ASTRAP hash. It will auto-identify the hash type, and it believes that it's a ASTRAP roast hash. And there we go. Awesome. So let me just take this, put it into the nodes. So, found users through. Found users through doing this. As for posted, one of them. Cracked hash with John. Found initial set of credits. So this is good, right? So whenever we have initial set of credentials, there are some things that make sense to check for. We can check for like certificate-based attacks. We can check for, obviously, trying to authenticate with all of the protocols, and then also check curb roasting as well, okay? So the next thing that I would like to test is to check for curb roasting. So let me just look up curb roast. And I believe you can do curb roast with netexec as well, but it really doesn't matter how you do it, okay? As long as you have a tool that you're familiar with, that's really all that matters. So the more repetitive it feels, the better to some extent, because it just means that it works. So target, I think it was called Hack the Box Local. Or user is called, what is it called? Service Alfresco. And the password is service. So now I will attempt to curb roast against this domain. Okay. And once you've tried to curb roast once and it didn't find anything, okay. That's unfortunate, but that is okay. So let me tick that off as well. We've checked for curb roasting. So let's try to authenticate with every single possible protocol with those set of credentials, right? So these different protocols right here. We could use netexec to quickly check. So the user is called Alfresco. The password is service. And let's see like so. So it is a valid set of credentials, but with LDAP, we can't really do anything. It doesn't say pound. We can check with RDP, for instance. RDP is not open, I believe. Let me check the ports again. It should be 3389. And yes, 3389 is not open. All right. But we have SMB open, right? 139 and 445. They once again said that it's correct, but it doesn't say pound. Let's try Veneram as well, and I believe MSSQL is not open. But yeah, there we go. The person is a part of the Windows Remote Users, I believe it's called, or something like that. Windows Remote Management, something like that. And because of that, we're able to get a shell over Veneram. And yeah, it says pound. So now we can use the tool called Evil Veneram to essentially be able to authenticate. So Evil Veneram. The user is service Alfresco. It's smarter for me to copy paste, to be honest. It just decreases the likelihood of typos. So let's try this. Okay, that's incorrect usage. Let me see. Okay, so it's a small I. And there we go. Now we have a shell, which is cool. So the first thing that I'd like to check is who am I all, and then power up, right? As always, run who am I all, and then power up, then when pierced. These privileges right here, I don't think is interesting at all. We don't have like SE impersonate or really anything interesting. These groups are a bit interesting. Like, these are non-default groups at least. And then account operators as well. Let me see if I have any notes on account operators. Not really. Yep, not really. Remote management user. So this is the group that essentially allowed us to get access to this shell, right, with Evil Veneram. So again, remote management users. So I will take note of these groups, but I don't see anything immediately that is like immediately interesting. But the groups are kind of interesting. They're not, all of these aren't default, so I'll definitely come back to them. Let me check with let me check with power up as well. So let's see, do I have something listening? Awesome. Yeah, I've done it from different bugs. So let's see. wget this, and then power up.piece1. And then I can just output it into like so. And there it is. So now we can execute this. And then we can invoke all the checks. So now it's the script is running. This is of course completely fine to use on the OSCP exam, but you're not allowed to use the autopon features of it. But in vocal checks is pretty much how I always do it. Okay. So it finds a DLL hijack, which pretty sure won't lead to privas. This is really not interesting. No immediate risk I'm aware of. But can come back to dig in groups and possibly run Wimpies. This is just how I like to do it. I don't get an immediate win, and I don't see an immediate privask for me. So I just like to check all of the other things, right? And then if I'm stuck with all the rest, I basically just do some quick checks that I believe has a high likelihood of working. And yeah, if I can't find anything else, I will definitely get back to it, right? Just why I'm noting it, so I won't forget about it. So we essentially tried this, right? And we were able to get a shell with WinRM. So we can enumerate the shares. I suppose we could do that. See if there's something immediately interesting. So netexec SMB. Then we can do dash shares. So we only have read access on default shares. So these aren't really non-default and therefore aren't really immediately interesting. So it's something that I will check in the very end if there's anything interesting there, but very most likely not. Okay. So yeah, let's, the next step I suppose is to check Bloodhound. Yeah, let's check Bloodhound, and then if I can't find anything else, then I might check some certificate-based attacks, and then I might check further in the, for the Privesk, okay? So yeah, let us get the Bloodhound up and running. It is an incredibly useful tool that essentially queries the entire domain and allows you to make a lot better reads on possible domain privilege escalation paths that you wouldn't necessarily be able to just do locally, right? So let us grab the username. Password is service, I believe. And I think this should be it. And this will essentially query the entire domain over LDAP. And it will essentially feed this into Bloodhound once we get that up and running, right? So this is all of the data that we will be ingesting into Bloodhound. And that tool will essentially help us visualize different domain paths that we can take to get higher and higher privileges in the domain. So let us copy this into temp so that I can actually ingest it, because the root path I need to be running the browser and root to be able to do. So let us run this and let us start and pull this up. So this will probably take now decently fast. And there we go. There is the password that it has generated for us. So let us go to localhost 8080. Now this is the default port that Burp Suite is running on. So make sure that you either remove Burp Suite or you could change the port using the Docker Compose, and I believe you can find it right here, and then I think you change this value right to the left to something like 8081. I think that should work, or you can just remove Burp Suite so there's no port conflict, right? So yeah, this is the first password that it has generated to me. So let me do it like so, and I believe it prompts me to change it. So there we go. Set the new password. Oops. And now we will ingest the data into Bloodhound, right? So we can visualize all of the possible paths and just get more overview over the entire domain. So let us go here, and then we upload it, and then we upload it, and then it will be slowly but surely ingesting. So let me get back to you once that's properly and there we go. Now the status message is set to complete. So now we can start actually looking at the data, right? So let's head over to the Explore tab. And the first thing that I like to do is define the user that we currently have access to, right? So we have managed to gotten a shell on Service Alfresco using Veneram, but we also have valid credentials, right? So we can essentially set Service Alfresco. We can set him to owned right here. And then there are a few things we can query using Bloodhound that is really helpful to get the general overview. So we can go to the Cypher queries right here and hit this folder, and it will give us a lot of options with the pre-built search queries that it has available, right? So we can immediately just kind of see who all of the domain admins are if we are interested. And we can see that pretty much the only member is administrator, right, to the domain admins. We can click on domain admins and we can click the members right there, and we can see that is the case. It only has one member in this group, okay? That's okay. So remember we checked for ASTRIP roasting earlier and curb roasting. We can see right here that we can query for the curb roastable users using Bloodhound as well, but it found nothing, right? And we had the same experience ourselves. We found one user with ASTRIP roasting, so let's check that. And there we go. It found as Service Alfresco. And we can see it right here in this field as well. Do not require pre-authentication. This is set to true, right? That's why we were able to essentially request the hash, and we were also successfully able to crack it. But we're interested in getting higher permissions, right? So one of the first things that I like to do with Bloodhound is to go to the shortest path. And you can either go to the shortest path to domain admins or the shortest path from owned objects. Okay, we can click on both. So as you can see, this gives us a lot of output, right? But luckily we don't have to care about all of the output. So we can see that this is the user that we have owned. Okay, let me see. It's probably, let's go check out the other one as well, in case it's cleaner to see. Probably will be. Yeah, there we go, much better. So it seems that it has found, yes, okay, this is good. Yeah, okay. So I can see that it has found a path, but how to actually do it will be a different question, right? But always where we would like to start is the user we have access to, right? Because this is an element that we already have control over. So we can see that the user, Service Alfresco, is a member of, right? So he's essentially a part of this group right here called service accounts. And we can verify that by going back to our notes when we ran who am I all, and we can see the groups. And we can see that he's a part of, let's see, what was this called? Service accounts. Okay. So there we go. There is the group called service accounts. And service accounts is also a member of privileged IT accounts, which is also a member of account operators. Okay. So there is the IT accounts, privileged IT accounts, and there is also the account operators, okay? So far we haven't really done anything special, but we can see that our user is a part of these groups, right? Which is a part of this attack chain that Bloodhound has generated for us. Here is where it gets interesting. So again, our user is a part of this group, and this group has generic all on the Exchange Windows permissions. And this group has a write DACL over the entire domain. And in the entire domain, it contains users, right? Of course. And a part of the users are obviously domain admins, right? So all of this right side right there, you can pretty much ignore. That if we get to the Hack-the-Box local right here, we have essentially owned the domain, right? And to actually get there, Bloodhound managed to find us a path. So we need to go from account operators to Exchange Windows permissions, and from Exchange Windows permission to the domain, right? So how do we actually do this? Well, Bloodhound has a very useful little help menu right there. So if you click on the actual permission that we have right there, generic all, we can either go to Linux abuse or Windows abuse. Let's click at Linux abuse for now. And it essentially tells us that full control of a group allows you to directly modify group membership of the group. And we can use Sambos net tool, again from Linux, to add a user to the target group. Okay, so because we are in this group called account operators, and we have generic all permissions over this other group, we are essentially able to add a user, right? We can add the user that we are into the Exchange Windows permission group, using this right there. And then, after that, we can verify that the user was successfully added to the group, okay? So, let us attempt this right here. So, we need to give it some information, but that should be okay. So, first of all, the target group. So, it tries to add a member to the target group. And the target group that we're after in this scenario is Exchange Windows. Exchange Windows permissions, like so. The target user that we would like to add to this group is Alfresco, service Alfresco. The domain was, let's say, Etsy host. The domain was hackthebox local, like so. The controlled user is once again service Alfresco. And the password was service, like so. And then the domain controller, I believe that's hackthebox local as well. Let's attempt this and see how it goes. No errors at least. It also gave us, this command right here to verify that it actually worked. So let us try that. Let's see. So the target group, okay, so we need to remove this part. So this is the target group. And then this is the domain, this is the user, and a password, and okay, let's try that. And then add a group and then members right here. Okay, let's try running this again. And then let's see if it added the members. Okay, so there we go. So it seemed like it for some reason removed, maybe it's some automatic script or something. Not quite sure, but it seems the user is added to this group. Let's see, is it still in this group? Okay, it's still in that group. Okay, let's hope it doesn't get removed. So from here, we've successfully added it to this Exchange Windows permissions, right? So we've made this one step closer to essentially getting complete access. So let's see the right equal. So to abuse right equal to a domain object, you may grant yourself the decency thing permissions. Okay, so the members a part of this group can essentially assign desync, it sounds like, to themselves. And then if you have the desync right? You've seen me using CircuitStump before. It allows you to dump all of the hashes, the ntds.det secrets, from the entire domain, all of the domain users. So yeah, that sounds very appealing. And from there, it should be easy way to get actually domain admin, right? You can pass the hash, or you could try to crack the hashes, but it should be quite simple from there. So the equal edit is a part of the Impacket suite. So Impacket, like so. And then action right, desync right. The principal is the controlled user. So let's see. I believe that's service Alfresco. The target distinguished name. I'm not entirely sure of the formatting of this. So let me see if I can find a usage of it. what was it called again? It was called domain distinguished name. Okay. Select cell. So this is the format that it wants. That is good to know. So CNDC. Common there. Let's try, let me try like so first. So the domain is so hackthebox, comma. And then let's try like so. The domain is hackthebox local. And then the user again is service alfresco. And also, I don't know if the user is still a part of this group because of the automatic script, but we will test out. I'm not quite sure what happened there. The user is, no, the password is service. So we can try that. Cannot modify object. Insufficient rights. Okay, let's see again if this user is a part of it. It was not. Okay, so let's re-add him like so. So add this user to this group. Okay, because we have access to do that. Okay, now he's a part of that, and let's try this. Hey, let's try giving him these async rights again. That seemed to actually work. And then from here, let's see. From here we're able to do desync. Or yeah, secrets dump. So let's try that. Secrets dump. Hackthebox local. Service alfresco. The password was service. And the IP is this. And there we go. So yeah, this particular machine is more so focused on getting a privask in the domain, right? Abusing permissions and using Bloodhound. So yeah, very useful. That's why again we have this added in the actual checklist, right? Because it's just important to check. So Bloodhound. And yeah. So from here it should be pretty simple. We can go. So this is an NTLM hash. This is the NT part of it we will use to authenticate. So let's see. We can use something like psexec. Hackthebox local, the administrator is correct. And then we can use the hash of the administrator and try authenticating XO. No? Okay, I misspelled targets. That looks better. There we go. Okay. So there is her shell. And from here we are system, and we can dump more hashes, or we can pretty much change whatever permission we want, and that's that machine. So really hope you guys enjoyed and learned something useful. Hello and welcome. We are doing this machine called Active from Hackthebox. Pretty much all that I know is that it's a Active Directory. So let's just do the normal scan as we always do, and let's go from there. So let's see. We have DNS, we have SMB, and we have RP C as well. Let me just check with netexec to find the domain. It can do like so. And then let's see if we can enumerate some users. So let's try with users. Nothing. Let's try with readbrute. Also nothing. Let's try with the guest account. That one is disabled, sadly. Let's try with LDAP. With users like so. The guest account is not enabled. And we also can't do this as well. Yeah, that's fine. Let's add this to Etsy host and take it from there. So this is active box. Okay, so we've tested LDAP and we tested SMB. Let me check RPC next. Pretty much like so. And we actually do get access. Let's try enum.dom users. And sadly, no access there either. So we checked SMB, we've checked LDAP, and we've checked RPC. The reason why I'm doing it is because I want users, so I can test for asset roast, right? If that is pretty much the common methodology, as you can see right there. But we really don't have any of this so far. And there's also no website to find any users from, and like an about me field or anything like that. Okay. So we have nothing to authenticate with because we don't have any users. Enumerate shares. Yeah, we haven't done that yet. Let me enumerate the shares. If we have access to that with the anonymous user, let's say, over SMB, of course. Okay, this is good. So, we only have read access to replication, and that is not a default share, so that's good. Let me see. Let us take a look. So, we can do something like this. Replication. Is it like so maybe? There we go. Just anonymous login. And we have a directory called active. Okay, we have a lot of things in here. Okay, this is so much. I'm just gonna crawl, because I don't want to manually go through all of that. So we can do something like, let me see. There's a way you can crawl with, with netexec, which is quite convenient. Something like this. Yeah, so let's try to do this. We have not really found anything super interesting so far. Nothing with the one scan. Nothing with like anonymous access except shares. So that's really where we're at the moment. We can always dig in deeper, but now I want to look at the shares because that's the most interesting by far so far, especially with replication. We don't have write access, but we do have read access, as you can see. So we did this command right here to pretty much crawl the shares, and then we also had download flag to true, so that it will actually download it to this directory right here. So let me check this out. So INI files. We do have a group XML, which seems the most interesting by far. Let's say 129. Okay. Let me do something like this actually. You can grab recursively for something, so like user. So we have a username right here. Service TGS. And then let's see with something for password. So the -I just makes it so it's case insensitive. And I just write pass, so it's not like pass WD or password, right? Or passkey, etc. Okay, we have something here. C password. That is a very long string. Okay. Let me just grab some quick notes real quick. So we have this, and then we have the username right here. Huh. I don't know what that is. We can see if it's a password, but it doesn't really look like a normal password. Yeah. Interesting. So let's see. We found it in a group XML file. C password. Is it a hash of some sort? Let me check with a Haiti. Unknown hash type. I think Tally has something as well. Hash identifier. Not found. Let me check like crack station. And then hash identifier. I just want to see if anything can identify what this thing is fully. Nothing. Also nothing. This one takes a bit long. Okay, let's see. So we found it in... Let me go back. So we found it in group XML. We can dork for this, so like group XML and C password. I think it was something like that. Publish escalation via group policy preference, GPP. C password. Group policy preference, GPP. Schedule task. Print-text password exertion power supply. Okay, this stuff seems like something. Vulnerability and group preference can allow elevation privilege. Okay, I think key decryption. There we go, something like this. Key decryption, GPP, maybe this. Let's say GPP decrypt, I think, and then the string. Hope this works. Okay. Okay, awesome. But it actually works. So then we have that seems like an actual password. So let me run this in the background like so. So service TGS. Let me see if that is accurate. There we go. These are valid credentials. Awesome. So yeah, from here we can query the user, see if anyone has interesting descriptions. Okay, and there's not, yeah, there's really administrator and service TGS pretty much. Let me see if we can authenticate with this one using Veneram then. Without the users, of course. Veneram is not open, it seems. S&B. RDP is also not open. Let me just make sure. Alright. We can try curb roasting then. We can also check the shares as well, now that we have new set of credentials. Target. Active Hacktobots. Okay. Okay, awesome. So we can actually curb roast the administrator in this instance, so that's amazing. So the tricky part was really just identifying that file and then what that string was in the share. But yeah, awesome. Let's put this in a file. And let's see if we can crack this. Hash word list. There we go. Awesome stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. Right, awesome. So from here we can get shell, and we can dump hashes, and we can do a lot of cool things. So yeah, again, the tricky part was really just finding that file and then finding out what that string was. But that's why I just continuous digging and methodology and just continuously doing recon is crucial. So we don't need hashes. You can specify password here. Active hack the box. And I believe that looks correct. There we go. So yeah, now we have a shell. Hope you guys enjoyed this video and learned something useful. It really just was a lot of digging and going through the general methodology, but just had to dig a lot in the shares and for that file. And also you saw some usage of some basic dorking as well for finding information. So yeah, really hope you learned something. Hello and welcome. We are doing a machine called Escape. It is a medium Active Directory machine on Hack the Box. So yeah, let's get started. That's pretty much all that I know about it. It is not simulating a breach scenario, so we don't have any credentials. But let's just follow the methodology, as always. So let's see. Go to initial recon, we can start like so. So we can immediately see that DNS is open, 445 and 139, that's SMB. We see RPC is open as well. So we can immediately just see if we can find out the domain. So we can do something like this. And there we go, SQL Active Box. So let's add this into the Etsy host, like so. Awesome. So we don't really have any credentials, so we have to attempt a lot of stuff when it comes to anonymous access. We can try this and then shares. And I'll just attempt everything over SMB first, and then I will go over to RPC as well, and then also LDAP eventually. So we don't have access to that. What about dash users? Okay, also can't do that. What about Red Brute? Also nothing. So let me attempt the same thing with the guest account as well. All the same things, how to check. And this is just a SMB as well. Let's see, guest. That did not work. Let's try with users. And then let's check with the shares as well. So that worked again. So, and this doesn't work as well. There it, okay, that's suspicious. It did not work the first time. I guess that's handy to keep in mind. Maybe it was the scan that messed it up. I'm not quite sure. But that's awesome though. We have a good start. Let me take a look again at those shares. And then I would also like to make a list of all the usernames as well. So IPC, this is a default share, typically not interesting, but we have public, and that is non-default. So let me check with Brute. Like so. We can create a list. We can pipe it into grep, and we only look for SID the user, and then we essentially remove all the parts that we don't want, and then we will generate a user list like so. So we can attempt this for Azure posting. Let me check users again. It has shown to be slightly unstable, so I don't fully trust it, but suppose this doesn't work. Let me try with just without guest user again, because now I don't trust this machine. Okay, so yeah, so we don't have access to this. So I suppose when it says this, at least we know that we don't have access, but I think earlier it said pretty much nothing. Yeah, like so. It gave no output. So I suppose when this happens, then I should rerun it again. But alright. So let me try Azure posting. So the domain was SQL Hack the Box. target. We can try this. And none of them have pre-authentication enabled, so no hash there. We don't really have any credentials, so we can't test for curb roasting. Let me check these shares. So I either like to crawl the shares with NetExec, or since it's just one share, I would like to actually jump into the share and have a look. So something basic like this, huh? What was it called again? Was it public or something else? It was public, awesome. So let's jump in there. We have a PDF file. So let me get that. Try with double quote. Alright, that worked. So PDF. We can open PDFs with Libre. So it mentions some usernames like Ryan, but I think we already have that. Yeah, Ryan Cooper. So it just, yeah, so we wouldn't be able to find it, even like so, with Ryan, because we don't know the last name. SQL servers. Let me see if SQL is running even. It is, yeah. 1433, that's MS SQL. Okay. Tom decided. Tom Han, again, we don't know the last names. Blah, 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 blah. Remove the instance from DC. Accessing from the main job machine. None of this looks interesting. Send a mail to Brandon as well. And there's also a second page, it seems. Right here. Password, okay, there, yeah, there we go. So, they gave us a password. For new hired of those who are still waiting, the user can be created and perms assigned can sneak peek at the database with the user. Okay, so public user and this password. Alright. So, let me just see if that is it, or if anything else is interesting. Windows authentication to SQL Server authentication. Okay, none of this looks too interesting, but we have credentials though, which is awesome. So we can try authenticating to the MS SQL that's open. And we can use MS SQL for that from Impacket. Let's say Impacket MS SQL client, like so. Something like this. So the target, like so. Impacket. Now, I like checking with and without Windows Auth. Sometimes it authenticates without it, and sometimes it does with. SQL hack the box. The username was public user. And the password is this. SQL, let's try without Windows Auth. There we go. So that worked. So we now have access, which is awesome. Let's see. One of the first things that I like to check personally is, and we can also see that this user is guest. So we can use enum users. So I guess for guest. Yeah, public user. So this is your current user. Let's see if we can enable Symbishal. This is typically the most interesting part. We don't have permission. Okay, that's unfortunate. Let's see. Select name. From sys databases. This is essentially a way that you can enumerate the databases when it comes to MS SQL. We can use this. And then select table from information schema.tables. I think it's table name, actually. Let's look at the databases again, and then we can use model. What about this? To enumerate the tables again, suspect pages, backup file. So let's see. Select all from the, let's see. Backup file. Nothing. What about the backup set? Huh? Also nothing. Yeah. We can enumerate this later, but it doesn't seem immediately interesting to me. Let's see. We are this guest user right here. Yeah. So we can't run that. We can run this. Huh? We can run this most likely. Let's see. So essentially what this allows us to do is to look up to a path, and that path could be a public share that we can set up. So we can use something like responder for that. So we have it listening on. And responder is allowed on the OSCP exam, but it's not allowed spoofing or poisoning capabilities. So a way to get around that is just to always make sure you use -A, which is analyze, and then -V is just for verbose. So you can run it like so, and then we can look up to our own IP through a random share. Boom. Now we have the hash of SQL service. So I think this is probably the intended way. So let us save that hash and let's try to crack it. So let's see. John word list user share word list raw q and add the hash. Awesome. We have more creds now. So we have SQL service and this password. So that's good. What I like to do then is that I like to check what kind of permissions this user has. I guess we can now run users. and see if there's any credentials in the description fields. There is not. We can also see that it does not say pwned right here. So this person is not a local admin on this host. We can check with MSSQL again, and then also Venaram. Not users. Okay. So that's set user and does not say pwned. Let me check with Venaram as well. And there we go. They're a part of Windows Remote Management group. So that's awesome. So we can actually get a shell using this. So let's do that. So evil Venaram. I think it's -i for the IP. The user is SQL service. And then the password is this. And there we go. Now we have a shell. I first like to look at the permissions. And I don't see any immediately interesting permissions. So let me run power up. Python 3 HTTP server at 80. Seems that it's already running. Probably because of responder, yes. So let's wget this. And then power up PS1 output. Power out PS1. Like so. Let's run that file and let's invoke the function all checks, like so. So it's not finding much interesting so far. If it finds any DLL hijacks, I don't tend to care, because it's almost never the way. It's more so useful for persistence. Alright, so I can't find anything immediately. I could run Rimpiece, but I will do that later if I get stuck. Yeah? I would like to check with Cherrytree and also Bloodhound to see if there's any immediate paths. So I guess we can just say just because I like to check for quick wins first, which is the preference. So let me look up Cherrytree. So let's see. We can do it like so. So the user is it wants the domain like so. SQL service. Password is this. And then I want the output in text like so. And then just the output format. So it will say cert.something.txt. So this will look for all of the templates essentially. And I'm not running the vuln scan, so it won't tell us which EC 1, 2, 3, whatever is vulnerable. So yeah, there we go. Now we have this, which is a lot of information. It gives us some information right here that template can be targeted as part of the EC2 exploitation. This is not a vulnerability in and of itself, blah, blah, blah. But what I like to do now is that I like to run this. That essentially goes through this entire template, and then it only looks for the involvement rights, aka which users or group can manipulate the template, because that's typically where the vulnerabilities lie. And then I'm just scrapping out these particular groups right here, which you will always find. Like, if these were to be able to manipulate any template, it wouldn't really be a vulnerability because they are already such high rights. So that's why I do this. And then I simply just grab for this dash right there to be able to see the users and groups of the domain, right? So the RAS and IIS server, I'm pretty sure is not something interesting. But we do see domain computers and domain users. So I will keep that in mind. We can see, like, for instance, on, let's say, so it's Certify, run it in the background. We can see, like, on line 138, we see this one right here. This is the template name. But yeah, so the fact that domain users have access to essentially perform some type of manipulation of some template somewhere, I always just like to see that, because that means that every new user that I get access to, I would like to run the vulnerability flag when it comes to Certify. And it's always a good idea to do that regardless. So yeah, let's run vulnerable. But I just like to run this one-liner right here, just in case I see some group that is unique. Okay, it's just something that I've learned to prefer. So let's see. Now let's look for vulnerabilities from this user specifically, and let's put it as standard output. Could not find any. Okay, so no vulnerabilities for this user. Let's try curb roasting. It is the SQL user, and it's not the same. It's not the same users as the first one. So I would like to check MS SQL again in case I missed something, because I don't think netexec said pawn on it. So, but yeah, let's check curb roasting because we haven't checked it yet. Curb roast. Like so. Just so I have the creds ready. SQL service. SQL hack the box. Let's try that. No entry found. All right. I want to go back to MS SQL to see if this user actually has right, because there was a different user we found initially. So let's try this again. It's possible all of this is just a rabbit. Okay. I'm glad I checked. So now we are a different user. So I'm very glad I checked. And again, always check with the Windows auth and without it. Didn't I check this earlier with netexec? It doesn't say pawn, it should. What if I run a command? You can run a command like so. It should say pawn, I think. Ah, wait, I think I know why, possibly. There's something called local auth. Let me try that. SQL service. I don't know why it doesn't say pound. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I guess if it ever says without pound, I guess always test it. But interesting. So we can see that this... we don't actually know that the user can even run CMD shell, but let's see. Okay, yeah, so that's why it doesn't say pound. Is a different user. It is a different user. Yeah. SQL service and public user. It's a different user. But I guess neither of them can run that thing. So NetExec didn't do anything wrong there. It's just me being a bit silly. So let's see. Curve roasting can't work. We have checked with Certify and we didn't find any vulnerabilities. So let's check. Let's check Bloodhound and then let's check the Prevesk. It's very possible there is a Prevesk. But yeah, let me just see. So NetExec, LDAP. Let me check with Bloodhound. So we can do something like this. Grab all of the data. And you see me set up Bloodhound, so I'll just get that ready in the meantime. So there we go. Now I finally set it up. You see me do this before. Just ingested the data using NetExec. Move this file to temp so I can access it from browser. And then I spawned up Bloodhound with Docker. And then we generated the first time password. So let's open this in browser. Let's go to localhost 8080. Let me just generate the password and ingest the data. So the data is successfully ingested. Let's take a look at the Explore tab. So let's see. The users that we have will be the SQL service. We can mark them as owned right here. And then we also have the public user, which I don't think their name was public user. I think it was guest. So we have the guest account as well. And that's pretty much about it. Now, we can go to the Cypher queries and let's have a look. Yeah? So we checked for curve roasting and ASTRIP roasting and didn't really find much. Yes, and Bloodhound agrees. So I want to check the shortest path from owned objects. So we can see that the SQL service is a part of the remote management. We already know that because we got a shell using evo-WinRM. Member of... Yeah. This doesn't tell us much. They can't really... What about the shortest path to the main admins? So far there's... Yeah, so far there's really no way. So this is not helpful. Let me just double check that the, let's see, it has no outbound object control. And what about the SQL service as well? It also does not have an outbound object control. So we can't really do much with this data. So I'm pretty sure after having seen this that Prevesk is the way. Because no Certify attacks and no Bloodhound attacks available. So yeah, let me get back into evo-WinRM. And then let me transfer WinPiece. So So now I'm transferring one piece, and I will this one piece, and then it will take some time until it's actually done. But I will get back to you once the output is ready. So the output is done. I was pretty much skimming through it as it went, and I did not find anything immediately interesting, at least. But let's see. All of this is normal credentials, blah, 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 blah. Now we already have access to the database, so so enumerating the database from here won't really do much, right? 1433. Don't care. What is this? Don't care about the Alala injections. That's what all of this is. It generates a lot of output, right? That's why I don't like running it first. Because it will just kind of tire you out. Showing you a lot of stuff that isn't necessarily that relevant. So yeah, I skimmed through it as it ran as well, and I couldn't see something immediately interesting. I found autoloading credentials, but there's no credentials. So this is the environment variables. Sometimes this can be interesting to see. But it's not revealing anything interesting. Yeah, I really can't find anything interesting. The fact that I can't see anything in with Certify or Bloodhound leads me to think that there is a prevest, but either power up or in peace can't tell me. So I'm pretty confident that there's not some service that we need to hijack or something like that. So there's probably some silly credentials or something silly hidden on the disk somewhere. Maybe some silly note to God knows what, but okay. You know, I don't really love this, but that's fine. We will see if we can find it. So we can't find anything on Orion. SQL server. That is not default, so that looks interesting. That was not smart of me to do. Let me cancel that. Okay. So let's go into SQL server. There's probably something here. Log. There's 2 exes. Error log back. So there's a backup of sorts. That definitely seems interesting. And in here, set up MSI files. Resources, Redist. Okay. So the logs one for sure seems interesting. Let's check here. Log on failure for Ryan Cooper. Password did not match the login provided. Okay. What is this? Mistake was served nothing into the log. We couldn't register the server with principal name. SQL mock. Not sure if that is interesting, but perhaps. Okay, SQL mock. Starting up database. This is a lot of Ooh, there we go. Yeah, I was gonna say there's a lot to parse through. Okay, there we go. Login failed for user nuclear mosquito. Login failed for user. Okay, so it seems maybe like this is related to Ryan, but I will definitely save that, and then I would like to spray it. So let us attempt that. Let's see. I'm pretty sure this is not a password, but it doesn't hurt too much to check it. So we can use netexec, and then we can use SNB, target. And let me see. So, pass right. Do we have one for users? We have this. This is the machine name. This is not really relevant. We have a few passwords, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Let's try this, and then let's use continue on success in case any of this works. So Ryan actually worked with Nuclear Mosquito. So that is awesome. Let's try with WinRM as well. There we go. So we have access with Ryan over WinRM. That's awesome. So Ryan Cooper. Let me just quickly check his rights. Because we have pretty much ran. So he doesn't have any immediately interesting rights. Groups. Okay. We can go into Bloodhound again at least. And then we can mark Ryan as owned. And then we can see if he has any outbound. He also does not. I see. Okay. So then curb roasting we've already checked for. We need to check certificate attack on Ryan, because again that changes each time with the vulnerable. And then if that doesn't work, we would have to run and check for privacy again using Ryan, because even though it's the same host, right, same IP, there might be different rights over any services, etc. So yeah, let me run that. Certify. But this time it is Ryan Cooper. And Nuclear Mosquito. Let's do like so. Now we're only looking for vulnerable. But then this is a very good way to do it. Each time you get a new set of credentials. So hopefully he has any actual interesting access. Because we know that there are at least domain admins. There we go. Yes. Awesome. But yeah, what I was going to show earlier, we remember that there were several hits that had the domain user, for instance. And in this case, right, Ryan is not a domain admin, nor an enterprise admin, but he is a part of the domain users group. And in this case, it was configured in such a way that Ryan can actually modify this template, user authentication. So that's good. So this is the easy one. So that's great. So what I like to do when it comes to certify is that I simply just like to go to this wiki each time because it makes it simple. And then easy one is the first one. Frequently discovered and exploited ADCS vulnerability. Okay, so let's see what we have to do to actually exploit it. And we can also save this output because we need some information. Let me just name it cert. Okay. So I think pretty much CUPN. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. That doesn't seem difficult at all. Not many steps. Some of these are way longer. So let's see. Ryan Cooper. SQL. Attack the box. The password of Ryan is this. The domain code for IP is this. And then we need the target, right? So this is essentially the fully qualified domain name. We can find this in this output. That's why I like to save it like so. And there we go. I believe that should be correct. And this is the certificate authority name. And now the template that was vulnerable is the user authentication template. SQL hack the box, let's say. To specify the vulnerable template and provide a UPN set of this hired target account, right? So that will be administrator for us. So we can always go and look at cipher queries like so. And then check the domain admins. And we can see that the administrator is in the main admin. So we can go after that, and I think that should be correct. Let's attempt this. Host timed out. Let's try pinging it. It is alive. Let's try running it again. There we go. That was correct. Now we can try authenticating it with this template right here, with the modified UPN, user principal name. Let's try to request it using this certificate, and we will try to get the TGT, and if it works successfully, we will be able to get the NT hash of the administrator. Clock skew 2 great, right? So we've seen this before. Let's attempt that again. There we go. And there is the NT hash for the administrator. Administrator, and then instead of the password, we can use dash hashes flag, and then add the NT hash, and then we can authenticate over the SMB protocol using PSExec, and because this is a administrator. So yeah, hope you guys learned something from this video and it was useful. Let me just show you like some general methodology that I would be using. So I guess I can show you everything. So let's exit out of all of this. So the way that I got the shell is the same as last one. Although this time I created a tiny PHTML instead of a PHP 5, as I thought this would work as well. And it did. And there we go. There we got a new shell. So what I will be doing is to stabilize the shell. I always do this when I grab a shell. So do this. Then we find out how many rows and columns there are. So let's say we see 74 rows and 54 columns. And then when I do this, now I can Control L to clear screen. And now when I press Control C, everything works fine. So this is a pretty stable shell. That's good. And for color, there's a little trick as well that not many people know of, but there you go. So what do we do from here? One of the first things that I would be doing is limp piece, although I would probably do like some basic things like here, like, okay, we're running www data and we're in a stat group and cool, nothing particularly interesting. You could also do some basic things like just seeing which type of users are here. So it seems like IT guy is a user, and this as well, and root. So just noteworthy. And another thing that I would be doing from here is just sudo seeing which programs can run with sudo permissions. And it seems like there is a Perl script that can. So yeah, before I mess with this though, this is most likely the way to root. Let me just show you what I would do, okay? And then let's see if this one works fine. Let's just say that I don't. So then we run this. This one checks a few things. It's pretty handy to run. I recommend enumeration scripts in general. Like, here's some ones that I like. Usually the ones that I like the most is, to be honest, they can all be handy. But I always use linpiece, because linpiece does things like run this as well, pretty much. But if you're really struggling, then there's no reason not to run more of them to the Steam. And it's also handy to have some manual stuff as well. Now, pretty much all of this, not all of this, but most of this will be automated. Like PSPy is like a tool you would have to use if you want to spy on some processes. That is not possible without that tool, but pretty much anything else would be completely fine. So let's see what this tool is finding. It's a good tool. I do quite like it. The other users with shell, we confirmed this earlier when we ran it's a password and checked for 2 other users. This one is most likely the way that we are going to prevesk. So yeah, and it notes it here as well, the relevant one. Uncommon set UID binaries. Yeah, so this one is an uncommon one. Unsure if there's a way to exploit it. I did react to it earlier, but I doubt that it's exploitable, but it might be. TTF bins. I think it's CompTIA. No. But this site is a must. It's .github.io. Yeah. Doesn't seem like that site has it at least, so most likely not. Useful binaries, yeah. One binary that's useful is GCC. This one we are aware of. List file with capabilities. Capabilities can also be a prevesk. Cron jobs can also be a prevesk. So this one just checks a lot, but you have to kind of know yourself what is useful. Cron jobs you should always check for. You should always check for the SUID binaries. You can pretty much run that with this. Capabilities can also be useful. It's less common that this will leave with prevesk, but it definitely can, so it's well worth to check. This is handy to see which version you're running against, like is it 32-bit? Is it a old OS that you can find kernel exploits for? Etc. There's a lot of kernel exploits that has been relevant over the years. And if you've never done kernel exploit before, it sounds advanced, but it's really one of the simpler things. When you just grab a script from GitHub that matches a version and you pretty much just // it, and you either get root or you don't, more or less. Alright, so let's just do the thing that I think is most likely though. So we can run Perl as sudo on this particular binary. So let's see which binary this actually is. And let's see, so the IT guy. So it seems that we can execute this one, but we can't modify it. It's in by the user and the group root. All right. So my user www.data can run backup the Perl using Perl as root, and that script executes a script called copy.sh. So the next thing to do is to see what copy.sh does. So it runs a reverse shell for whatever reason, and let's see. Okay, so this is a dumb previsk. So the user root can read and write. The group root can read, and anyone else can read, write, and execute. So that is a bit silly. Let's try this. And there we go. I am now root, because this script is essentially getting executed with root since I'm running sudo. And then because of that, I now get a shell as root instead of just a shell as www.data. So if I say ID, I am root. I can seed it to root. And there we go. I can get the root txt. So that is some of the basics. Now there's many variations, of course. I would say this previsk was pretty simple. It's a bit silly and unrealistic, but it proves some concepts nevertheless. And yeah, I will be making a few more videos on this. But again, watch the advanced guides. That pretty much takes you through everything you need to know, and especially go through the WAP. For the rooms that I recommended for previsk, both Linux and Windows, and that will help you massively. So thanks for watching. Hello and welcome. We're doing a machine called Cicada. It is a Windows machine on Hack the Box. I believe it's Active Directory, and yeah, that's pretty much all that I know. So let's get into the video. So we can immediately see that we have DNS running. And we can also see RPST and SMB. So I just like to do SMB like so. So we can see that it's a DC, right? So it's a domain controller. So we know that this is 80. Probably gonna show 88 in a bit. So let's see. So let's check for anonymous access, as we always do. Can start with chairs like this. Then the users and read root, and then let's use guest afterwards. Okay. There we go. So let's pipe this into a user list, as we always do. So I want to get the users. We can have this running in a, let's say, I suspended that, but that's fine. Let's just rerun that one, and then let's make it a bit smaller. So we have all the users. Let me try ASCII roasting. But I think before I do, it's probably smart to just complete checking, let's say, with the users and then shares as well with the guest user. It's probably a smarter sequence. If not, it's easy to forget about it. So let's see. We have users so far. We're going to test ASCII roasting. And we have a share right there, which is non-default. So that's definitely interesting. But let's check for ASCII browsing first. Cicada ActiveBox, domain controller IP is target. And this is the user list. Okay. None of this worked. Let's get back to this share right here. We can spider it like so. Let's say. Spider and then HR. So we have a we have a node from HR. So we can just get that. And then we need to put it in quotes, I believe. There we go. But let's have a look at this. All right. This is your default password. So my first thought is, of course, to spray it across all of the users. Welcome to Cicada Corp. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay, so just showing how to change passwords, whatnot, cool. So definitely I would like to spray this. But let's see. User list. Password is current so far. And then we can do continue on success. And then I would like to do this across all the different protocols, right? So SMB, VNRN, etc. Is this one-liner incorrect? Night, let's see. That looks a bit, it does look a bit better. So let's try spraying again. Okay, so this one. This one is a valid set of credentials. That's awesome. I guess we can have some notes. Put this in the background. And let's see. Let's do the same with WinRM. It's probably open. Yes, it looks like it. Okay, so we can't authenticate with that. Okay. So we don't have a shell so far. Not with SMB, not with WinRM. Let me check if we can do something with Certify. It's always a good idea once you have a set of credentials. Obviously, I would prefer to get a shell, but it seems we can't have that just yet. And then I would like to check with Bloodhound as well. And then also check the shares before we do Bloodhound, because that's way quicker. Michael Wright. Yeah, seems we can't. Seems we can't really interact with ADCS. That's okay. Let's check out the shares again. Michael Wright, and then this password right here. I'm not sure why it's saying yes. It didn't say yes earlier. Let me try to just put it in the, like so. It does still say yes. Yeah. Michael Wright's on, that's why. I am blind, I guess. Okay. So we can read a bit more now. Netlog on I guess we can check this out. Normally I do exclude these. Let's just see what's in there. It's definitely not a bad idea. There can be scripts in there that is interesting, but often there's also not too much interesting stuff. CMTX, interesting. So let's check out the JSON file, see if there's anything interesting. So there's a comment, CMTX, policy, okay. Okay. Nothing really interesting at all. Let me check out the LDAP as well. God, what's happening? Cicada hack tillbaka, trist domain. Password is this. Okay, and then the target here. Let's try that. So let's see what type of information we can get. So we put it into LDAP dump, like so. Let me just grab for some stuff. Okay, this is where we check LDAP. So this is another default password, or at least the password of someone. So I think I forgot the password. Okay, so this might be for David. Let me echo this into creds, like so, cat creds. All right. Now we can try the, now we can try spraying again, because it just makes sense to do it. Since we need credentials, and then like so. Let's try this. So now we have another sort of credential, the David. Let's check over Vinoram as well. Okay, nothing there. But we do have access to David as well. Let me put this in the notes. So. Yeah. I would now like to check the chairs again. There's no point in checking the ADCS because you can't reach it, right? We got that error earlier, but if we could reach ADCS, it would definitely make sense to keep checking with new users if they have any different access to manipulate templates. So let's see. I believe we didn't have access to dev before. So let's do that. Dev, and then I think it's regex like so. So we do see a backup script. That definitely looks interesting. We can do just this to grab the new file. So yeah, there we go. This is the new updated file. So inside of dev, and then this file right here. So again. So it's archiving and taking some quote-unquote backup, but the more important part is that we have the clear text credentials. So we can add this to creds as well. And then we can once again just spray it, although we could definitely just manually test it, but it doesn't hurt to do this. So we also have this now. Let me just add this user to the notes as well. And then we definitely want to check with Venerum as well. Let's see. There we go. So this works. Awesome. And just have a quick peek if there's anything non-default here, or super interesting. Really does not look like it. Yeah, does not look like it. So perhaps we don't even need to run Bloodhound. But yeah. Let's get a shell with the Evil Venerum. Target host. The user is Emily Oscars. And then the password is gonna be this. And there we go. So first thing I like to check is the groups. And we can instantly see that we have access to this. So I think you guys know what attack to go for. We are in the backup operators group, so yeah, this is pretty straightforward. So yeah, let's just do that. Huh? So SC backup, like so. So let's create that file right there. Unix to DOS, converting to DOS format. And then I typically like going to see Windows tasks, like so. We can just use the upload functionality like so, uploading the file. Let's run disk shadow on that file. Awesome. The shadow code was successfully exposed as X. So now we can pretty much just use the robocopy to grab the entity as dipped. Just like that. And the same thing with system. And I believe we can do the same thing with SAM as well. Also, this is going to see Windows temp. You probably want tasks like so. See Windows tasks. Okay, let's try now. That looks nice. So I believe Evil Venom can use download. This is gonna take a bit of time, but yeah, we're just gonna run download on the entity as state, SAM, and then system. So let me just be right back once that is complete. And there we go. As I said, we run download on entity as state, SAM, and then system. But let's run ls right there. And there we go. SAM, entity as state, and system. So what we can do now is that we can do a secret dump, like so, but it's gonna be in packet, secret dump like so, entity as state, system. We can also do SAM as SAM, and then local, and yeah, let's run this. And this is always just beautiful, right? Absolutely beautiful. Dumping all the hashes locally, and also the secrets and the domain. So, reading and decrypting hashes from entity state. We can take the NT portion of the NTLM hash. This is the LM. This is the NT. We want the NT to authenticate. So let's use psexec. Because SMB is open. So let's say so it was Ikada, hack the box, administrator. The IP is this. And then the hash is this. Let's try this. And there we go. Now we have a shell as an administrator. And easy as that. Really hope you enjoyed the video and keep learning. Thank you so much. Now, if you enjoy how I teach and you enjoy this video and you want to take the OSCP, then what are you doing not being in this course? It's over 15 hours long and it covers everything that you need. If you're only watching the videos on YouTube, you're missing out a lot because it's over 15 hours of content. You will get access to the VIP section on Discord where you can ask me any questions and you can study alongside all the other students in our course. Right now, you will also get access to this checklist right here, which will cover at least 95% plus of all the attacks and all the techniques that you need to know for every single section. Not only initial access, but AD, pivoting, Linux, and Windows privilege escalation. And the goal for you is to reach proficient or at least basic competence on all of them. That's one of the things. We also have this entire roadmap right here, where there's a bunch of action steps and a bunch of cheat sheets inside all of these hyperlinks that I can't show you in this video. But once you have completed all of them, you know for a fact that you will be ready to get into the OSCP exams and absolutely crush it. If that sounds interesting to you, to get all of this in 15-hour plus of video footage of someone who has OSCP, who explains different attacks and techniques and methodologies, it's going to be invaluable to you. Now, some people are confused with the offer. If you're interested in the notes, these are the notes that you will constantly see me use in the videos, right? They're pretty much recommended to go hand in hand with the course, and I use them constantly in the course itself, right? So I think you'll find it extremely useful. That's also why we have the third offer, which is the bundle, where you can buy both of these together for a discount. I hope that clarifies things. Best of luck on your OSCP journey. I really hope this will be massively useful to you. I'll see you in the next video.